We're gonna bring the October 22nd, 2024, regular Board of Supervisors meeting to order. It is 9 o'clock. With that, can we have Supervisor Zanger, can you lead us in the pledge? Thank you so much. Can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting?
So moved.
I'll give the first to Supervisor Gonzalez, second to Sotelo. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so we're gonna move on to presentations and recognitions. We have several proclamations this morning. Can I get a motion to approve proclamation declaring October 23rd through October 31st, 2024 as Red Ribbon Prevention Week in San Benito County?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That's a 5-0. And thank you, Supervisor Zanger, for doing this presentation. So come on up from our behavioral health team.
All right, so I'm going to read some of this proclamation, but first I just want to say thank you to Dana and everyone at Behavioral Health for everything you guys do, and specifically this is just huge for our community, and just can't overstate how important the work that they do is. So Red Ribbon Prevention Week provides a forum for parents and children to join with behavioral health and other community organizations to demonstrate their commitment to leading a healthy lifestyle free of alcohol and other drugs. And whereas this year, the 34th annual Red Ribbon Prevention Week will be observed locally and nationwide with a variety of activities designed to promote positive peer support, healthy decision-making, and a lifestyle free of substance abuse among our nation's young people. Now, therefore, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim October 23rd to 31st, 2024 as Red Ribbon Prevention Week in San Benito.
So thank you so much, Supervisor Zanger. We're really blessed to be part of a community that shows up to support youth and families. This last Saturday, we had an awesome run and event where we had music and community resources to really highlight the importance of families coming together with youth and young people. It's never too early to have a conversation about substance use. We know that life is hard. There's a lot of struggles. Our youth often experience emotional distress, and it's really normal to want to turn to substances. We really have to move beyond the rhetoric of just say no to drugs, because that doesn't work. We have to present ourselves as safe adults where we can have open and honest conversations. This issue has touched my life. I have two good friends who unfortunately lost their young adult sons to fentanyl overdoses. And that just shows that nobody is immune. Addiction doesn't discriminate. And so we have to be brave. We have to open up the conversation and start to have dialogue with our youth. And we also want to let our community know that on October 23rd at Hollister High School, and we have information on a film that is going to be shown free for community members. We would love it if everybody could come out. This is a great film produced and directed by a high school student from Los Gatos High. And it has real conversations with teens talking about why they turn to substances, why they go to the dark web. And it really can be an opportunity to open up conversation and help our community to be strong and to have opportunities to learn more about this important topic. So thank you very much. And we have information, and this year's theme is Life is a Movie, Live Drug Free. So that's what we're tying in with our film.
Thank you so much for all you guys do. You've got a tough job there, and we appreciate you very much. Okay, now we're going to move on to approving the proclamation for recognizing October 20th through the 26th as National Friends of the Library Week in San Benito County. And can I get a motion to approve the proclamation?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's 5-0. And if the Friends of the Library representatives would like to come up, we've got a nice group of them, all friendly faces.
I'll try to stay out of the spotlight here as much as I can because these are the folks here that we want to recognize today. So we're here to approve a proclamation recognizing the week of the 20th to the 26th as National Friends of the Library Week in our county. And I just want to really just say thank you to this group here, to the library staff, to the Friends of the Library. This is a pretty unique nonprofit in our community. They do a lot of work for us as a county. So I don't think we could actually function as a library and have the library that we have without these folks that give up their time on a regular basis. And near and dear to me, because almost when I got on the board, almost immediately we all started working together on this concept of expanding the library, and we're moving forward on that now. And these folks here were instrumental in that process. So I want to thank you all for everything you do. And also my friend Ruth. I've known Ruth for so many years, back when she would call me probably every few days to talk issues when I was at the newspaper, and special bond with Ruth, and she's one of the most dedicated residents in our community. So whereas the Friends of the Samuel County Library raises money that enables our library to move from good to great, providing resources for additional programming, support for children's summer reading, and special events throughout the year. Whereas the work of the Friends highlights an ongoing basis the fact that our library is the cornerstone of the community, providing opportunities for all ages to enjoy life learning and connect with the thoughts and ideas of others from ages past to present. Now therefore be it resolved, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors proclaim October 20th through the 26th as Friends of the Libraries Week in San Benito County, and urges everyone to join the Friends of the Library and thank them for all they do to make our library and community so much better. So thank you very much, and if anyone would like to speak, say a few words, please come up.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. My name is Tammy Aviles, and I'm the president of the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. I want to thank you very much for this honor and working with the county library and Austin and staff. We are a nonprofit that puts our time, fundraising, all of our efforts into promoting and advocating for our library. And we are currently working on the expansion with the county, and appreciate us all working together. And with regard to National Friends of Libraries Week, we have this Friday, we're working with the library in hosting a pumpkin painting activity on Friday afternoon. Contact the library for more info, and we also will have a table with more information, and we encourage everyone to become a member of the Friends. We're a fun group. Thank you.
Oh, I don't want to be the leader.
Thank you so much for all you do for our community. Next, we're going to move on to the proclamation recognizing October 24th as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in San Benito County. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'm going to give it to Supervisor Sotelo on the first and
second
Supervisor
that.
Gonzalez on the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so from the hospital district and representatives from the hospital, if they could come forward.
Good morning. I'm really honored to be presenting this proclamation this morning. Breast cancer awareness is something that is so incredibly important to our community. And I think the work that Hazel Hawkins is doing at the Women's Center is remarkable. And I think it's important for everybody to go get their screening. I have done it. Don't be afraid. It's not comfortable, but it is important, right? And we need to do everything we can to raise awareness. And I think this is a great step in us recognizing and bringing awareness and education to the forefront. So, National Breast Cancer Awareness Month is observed annually in October. It's a nationwide campaign to increase public awareness of breast cancer, educate the public about early detection and regular screening, and to promote research for better treatments and a cure. Breast cancer is the most commonly diagnosed cancer among women, and while a family history of breast cancer is a risk factor, the overwhelming majority of women diagnosed with breast cancer have no family history of the disease. Breast cancer can be diagnosed in women and less frequently in men of all ages, ethnicities, and socioeconomic backgrounds. It is imperative that early detection and heightened awareness remain central to our efforts in combating the disease. Although some progress has been made in the fight to combat breast cancer, the battle for a cure is far from over, meaning there is still a great need for widespread outreach, increased awareness, and accessible resources for all. The County of San Benito proudly joins communities nationwide this October to celebrate breast cancer survivors, support those currently battling the disease, and honor the many lives lost. Recognize the families affected, and admire the medical professionals and researchers dedicated to aiding those with breast cancer and striving for a cure. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors proclaim October 2024 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in San Benito County. And I'm going to turn it over to Heather would like to speak from the hospital.
Thank you for this incredible honor. Our mission is to ensure that our community has access to screenings, and this proclamation inspires us to continue our efforts. Our team is very passionate about our work, and we believe that early detection saves lives. We will keep striving to provide the best care possible for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Before we do pictures, can you, one of the representatives from the hospital, talk a little bit about what you guys do during the month of October? Because I do know that there are some special things that you do for October, right? Yeah.
At our hospital, we do $100 for the mammogram and the radiologist fee for those patients that maybe don't want to use their insurance or don't have insurance. They have a $100 option to come in and get their mammogram done. We also extend hours, so we have been open every Saturday this month, and we've also extended our hours in the evenings as well to help promote our screenings of breast cancer and making our community more aware of the importance of taking care of each other and bringing awareness. We have also made it available to our clinics and so forth to also involve the community in promoting this awareness as well.
No excuse. And while they're taking their pictures, I just want to say I did use the new center, and the staff is phenomenal. The center is phenomenal. It is really a gem in our community. Thank you for all you do. Okay, now we're going to move on to a proclamation recognizing Public Safety Appreciation Night in San Benito County from our Hollister Elks. I reached out to the Elks. Do we have any? We do. Yep. Sorry, you guys. I'm appreciative that you're here. Can I get a motion to approve? You see, the one I do, I screw up on, okay? Let's just call it for what it is. Can I
So
get a
moved.
motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that's a 5-0. Thank you. Okay. I'm so excited about this. Okay. For years, Hollister Elks Lodge has hosted the Public Safety Appreciation Night in honor of those who keep our community safe. And we have to thank all of the members of our community that are in law enforcement. I'm ad-libbing here because without them, we would not have the beautiful community that we have today. And I just really want to recognize that. Fire, police, sheriffs, California Highway Patrol, CAL FIRE, and all public safety personnel are vital in our community. Every day, millions of people depend on the skills, expertise, and commitment of public safety professionals. The San Benito County public safety personnel in law, fire, and emergency medical, through their dedication, skills, and expertise, provide protection and life-saving services daily. It is appropriate to set aside a day to extend our appreciation and respect for public safety workers who serve us locally, statewide, and internationally as heroes who put their lives on the line every day to serve and protect. During Public Safety Appreciation Night, we celebrate the legacy of our public safety personnel and their vital roles in protecting the community of San Benito County. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors does hereby recognize Public Safety Appreciation Night in San Benito County and encourages the community to acknowledge and thank all public safety personnel in their roles protecting our communities that they serve. And I'm going to add on to this that it is green light, Operation Green Light, and so you can get green lights to, what's the date? Can you give me a little info here? Because I don't know it. It's your little
Sure.
thing.
So November 4th through November 11th, we will be lighting up the community green.
And
the
that's
VFW
for
is selling the
our
green light
veterans.
bulbs. And that is for honoring our veterans. Yeah, so it's the week
I want to
before
include that
Veterans
in
Day.
there. They keep us safe too. So with that, I'd like to present this to you. And if you'd like to say a few words, please feel free.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you for the presentation. You know, the Hollister Elks Lodge has been here 103 years now in San Benito County. And the other day I took it upon myself to look back the last 30 years just to see what we have donated to the county or to the Hollister in San Benito County. And actually it's $3 million that we have donated. We have found out that we're the number 2 donator in San Benito County of all the charities. And tonight is our public safety night. And I know everybody's invited, and hopefully you'll be there. Right now we're at 155 people showing up for dinner. And we also have a big Veterans Night coming up next month. And we're looking at probably 190 to 200 coming out for that. And we invite all the veterans and their spouses to come out for dinner. But again, thank you very much, much appreciated.
And as a new Elks member, I have to say, after all the oaths that I've given to candidates and elected officials, I cried when I took the oath because it was so powerful. So I just really, if you don't know much about the Elks, go online. They have a great resource center. Growing up.
Easy. Thank you.
Okay, right now we're gonna do department head announcements, then we're gonna do, board announcements, but then we're gonna do, move a closed session item forward, and it's only one item. So we're gonna start with department head announcements. Do we have any department head announcements? Is Rhodes gonna say anything, or are we just, other than, and Melinda's coming. Okay, so let's start with Melinda from our tax collector, treasurer, and public administration office.
Good morning, Melinda Casillas today I'm from the tax collector's office. So I wanted to let you know that it's that time of the year. We have mailed out our secured property statements. They're due November 1st. However, there's a grace period to they're due November 1st and there's a grace period to December 10th. If after December 10th they're not paid, unfortunately, a 10% penalty applies. If you haven't received your annual statement, please give us a call, come stop by our office, email us, let us know so we can get that out to you. We have been getting a lot of return mail, and we try to get those forwarded to the new address as quickly as we can. I just want to make a note that for taxpayers that pay their property taxes through their mortgage company, we will not receive that payment until December 10th. So even though your mortgage company probably sends you a statement that they've already taken those taxes out for you, they get sent to a clearinghouse and they will not be sent to us until December 10th. So if you notice that your account still shows balance due, please don't worry until after December 10th. And we try to update and post as quickly as we can, usually within 3 to 4 days after receiving payment. You can come into our office. We accept checks, cash, and credit cards. You can pay online, and you can send us your payment through the mail. So anyways, I just wanted to let you know that those are due November 1st. We have seen a lot of people coming in. But make sure you pay by December 10th. Thank you. Any questions?
Do you want to announce your location since you have temporarily
We are
moved?
now at 1131 San Felipe Road, right behind the community pantry. Please don't go to the courthouse. We do not check. We had a little mail slot. We do not check that. It should be mailed shut now because every now and then, when you've walked through as far as looking at the redesign of the courthouse, we have found people that put mail through that slot. We don't check that. So please do not go to the old courthouse. We're at 1131 San Felipe. Parking is a little difficult, especially on Thursday and Friday mornings. The food bank is open for distribution, and so parking is very challenging. So if you could, on those particular days, wait until the afternoon, it'll save you a lot of frustration. So,
Madam Chair, can I just ask, since like 17 people watch these meetings, if we can just make sure that that's covered up, or there's some sort of indication that they can't put mail through, and I think I'll have somebody continue doing that. Make sure that the slot at the courthouse is covered up.
yeah, I'll double
Or
check.
there's a sign or something
We
that says
should have
total
had,
1131.
maintenance should have gone out there and
Oh, okay.
closed out, but we'll double check.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And maybe we can do a PIO community notice. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you so much, Melinda. And next we are going to do roads with Steve.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. We'll do a roads project update for occurrences during the last couple of weeks and some upcoming projects as well. So, car have speed cushions. We've installed the cushions, installed the signing. We're still waiting for the stripers to put a white stripe around the cushions if it hasn't occurred in the last couple of days. I haven't been there. But that's the last step, and then the car av speed cushion project will be completed. And I'll probably drop these off this list as they get completed. Over near John Smith Road, along Fairview Road, the paving's completed. We're still waiting to have the final striping installed, which should happen within the next couple of weeks or sooner for that segment. On Prescott Road, we've completed the reconstruction for the really failing structural section that needed to be repaired, and there'll be actually some more slurry sealing on the two segments that aren't quite as bad as the reconstructed area. So that slurry seal is scheduled for November 11th. Similarly, on San Justo, we've actually reconstructed, I'll call it roughly half of the area that need to be reconstructed, was reconstructed already. And then we'll have this slurry seal for the segment that's actually in decent condition. And then within a couple weeks after that, we're scheduling the striping to be completed for all these roads in general. Let's see, Sealy Avenue, we'll be out there, the contractor will be out there, I should say, today, starting tree trimming. We actually went pretty much door to door, handed out flyers to the residents. The contractor, Granite Rock, is actually going to post also a 2x4 project update billboard for folks that are driving out of Sealy Avenue to inform them of upcoming tasks. But basically this week we're just doing tree trimming just over the roadway prism, not back into the properties, just to make room for the equipment that's going to be there. And then on the notice that we handed out for the 17 people that are listening to this meeting, on November 1st, which is a Friday, we're going to have real large equipment going through the road that's almost as wide as the road. And so there's going to be times, except for emergency vehicle access and emergencies, where there's going to be segments of the road closed off for about 30 minutes because just to make progress, we need to do that, which is a little bit unusual, but the road's really narrow, the equipment's really wide. And so again, if anyone has an emergency, they need to go to the hospital or vice versa, someone's coming in to, address the situation, then we'll move the equipment out of the way. But short of that, we're going to have delays for up to a half hour, and we hand wrote that on every notice so that hopefully people will be aware of that. So, but excited to have Sealy Avenue starting and should be finished by the third week of November. Freitas Road, that thin slurry seal portion, that's going to be completed on November 11th with the other roads along that corridor. Similarly with Duncan and Lucy Brown, we haven't started those two portions yet because they didn't require as much reconstruction, so they're getting the smaller treatment than the other roads that we've been working on out there. Similar to San Juan Highway, there's a portion near Prescott Road for a few hundred feet from Prescott south that we're actually going to be resurfacing and restriping starting November 11th. Bixby Road, we've completed half. Our crew actually completed half, but we're going to be doing kind of a final resurfacing November 11th up there as well. Fairview Road between Orchard Road and Los Vibros has been completed. Striping's been completed, so we'll drop that one off this list. And then Fairview Road starting at McCloskey down to 100 feet south of Santa Ana Creek, kind of near the mobile home park. That's actually going to start this upcoming Monday. So folks prepare for delays, and we're going to have that signal light on flashing red, and that's for safety reasons. So treat that as a stop sign when you come to that flashing red signal, please. And that'll be finished right around the time that Sealy Avenue is finished. Another one that we completed was on Fairview Road recently from Los Vibros to Aquista Pace. We completed that segment as well. And just a note on Fairview, so we're completing the segments where we have funding. When we complete these last couple segments, we're actually going to be out of funding, generally speaking, for construction until July 1st of next year. So we'll have to revisit a couple segments that we have scheduled for next summer. So we'd love to do the whole thing all at once, but we don't have, $6-7 million just for Fairview right now, so we have to do it in segments. So then Fairview Road from where we're stopping on the 18th down towards Santana Ranch. We're not going to go all the way to Hillcrest. Actually, we're going to stop short and wait for some Santana Ranch commercial development to happen, but we're going to go near the intersection, I'll say, and we're going to start that in late November. Cienega Road, we actually completed as well. Adjacent to the wineries, we did about a half mile. We actually did a few segments near the wineries, but primarily across the frontage of DeRose Winery. That's completed. And and then we're all working to finish up other parts of Cienega and going after various funding sources in that regard. Let's see. Union Road. So there's a small segment of Union Road that Caltrans won't fund, and it's just the last piece between the Union Road Bridge project and Southside Road. It's only a couple hundred feet. We're gonna complete that after we open up the Union Road Bridge project because it's two different contractors. And what I've been told as of today, we're probably gonna be opening up the bridge in Union and San Benito streets after the holidays, after Christmas, probably in the New Year's. We had to work on one segment of the bridge, perform some extra work, I'll say, that our inspectors wanted the contractor to complete to make sure everything was completed per plan and spec, and so that's taken a little bit longer. So that whole segment's gonna open up after New Year's, so, and then we'll complete that other little piece as well. We will, once I have the actual dates, we'll schedule kind of a red ribbon cutting event out there for folks that care to see a bridge get opened. But once we get a little closer to the date, then we'll schedule that. Guardrails at Fairview, Los Vibros. A little bit of news as of this morning on those guardrails. So the contractor who has between 300 and 400 guardrail projects, he's actually been able to schedule this guardrail project to start next week, which is wonderful news. So I just got an email this morning. So they'll be out there on Fairview at Los Vibros. There's 2 guardrails that need to be replaced, so that'll be a very good thing. And then a couple other things. One, for county projects or other road projects, Caltrans projects, any road projects, please just be careful as you're driving through the construction zones. And if the speed limit says 35, there's a reason for that. There's usually folks working nearby. We had some folks driving a little faster than they should have through our construction zones, and so please just drive slowly for safety of our workers, please. And see a couple other items. One, we're going to move the road updates presentation, this discussion, onto the regular agenda in future agenda meetings, just FYI. And then also, I've been working with our GIS person to get all these projects up on our website, and we actually have a draft version, but we're going to improve it a little bit, and then we'll go live, and I'll work with the PIO to get that link so it's real clear. You just go to road project status, click a link, and you'll see all the projects and work that is being performed around the county. So I will pause there for questions.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor, Mickey?
Appreciate it. Sorry, let's hear again. So, back to Aromas, appreciate everything. Sealy, Cole Road, just so I have a town hall this week. I just want to, what's the general timeline on that? I want to be able to let folks know about that one.
Yeah, what I'll do after this, I'll email the consultant to see if she receives the geotech information yet to give you status on when we're going to receive the plans. And then based on the schedule right now, you know, I'm anticipating we're going to bid it in the spring and start in the spring. So.
And what would be the best way to explain this to people? Just get the light part of it. That was obviously we were told this last year.
Yeah, the reason for the delay, if folks ask, is during the storms a year and a half ago, for full disclosure, created a couple extra embankment slides. And so the geotech has been trying to do a design for small walls, which is going to increase the project cost. But they're trying to do design for those 2 extra embankment slides, and we're just waiting for that design from the geotech.
Great, appreciate that. And then, let's see, so San Juan Highway near Prescott, November 11th and 12th. And then the other section of San Juan Highway would be next year, if I recall correctly.
Correct, that's
like
correct.
in this summer? Or
Yeah, for sure.
summer.
Or spring.
Okay. And then, thank you for the update on the website. I appreciate that. Is that going to be like in a text format? Just curious, do we know? I just want to make it as simple as possible personally. I'm the one that suggested it. So that the staff can just go in, and so it's not this big complicated process to have to go in and amend. I don't think graphics are necessary. Just
Yeah, it's going to be real simple. It's a little bit of hybrid from another supervisor suggestion, but basically you're going to click on the link, and there's going to be 3 colors, green, yellow, blue, and it shows the full segment that we're working on, and you click on it, and it says either now or spring 2025 or December.
so we're not going to have an actual list of the roads, because I feel like that's the best. Maybe somebody on this board disagrees with me and talk to you, but just to have a list of the roads, that's kind of what I was asking for from the beginning. some people don't, they look at a map and it's very, intimidating and you have to know, I don't know, it just, the map hasn't worked for me to this point, so I would hope that we would just do a list as well.
Okay, that's fine. We can do both since the other one's already pretty much set up. But we can just easily do a list and just list and dates and segments, kind of like I showed this morning,
Yeah,
similar to that.
that's really
Okay.
the most simple. to
Okay,
me,
no problem.
As somebody that just, as a reader. I think that's it. Thank you very much. Oh, one last thing. 156, because we didn't touch on 156. In between the last meeting and this meeting, I believe was the opening of the highway, which has not gone as planned. In my district in particular, we probably need to bring something back, whether it's, I don't know if it's being addressed at COG, but this is a complete disaster for the community. I just have to say, it's not anyone's fault in the room here, but we were told that 156 was going to flow better, that congestion was going to be alleviated, and it has been the complete opposite. So the eastbound 156, which was the biggest problem before, is just as slow as it was before. The westbound 156 is now even worse than the eastbound, as most people are aware, and it's causing havoc on a daily basis. I think maybe you get one day on Sunday when it's not quite as bad, but it's a disaster, and I'm hoping that we can really push Caltrans to move expediently on. They talked about, and I had been in communications with them, they talked about, you know, taking what's there and adding somehow, restriping to add another lane, because the biggest problem is that at the Alameda, I don't know how this was missed, but at the Alameda, they reduced it down from 3 lanes, a turn lane and 2 lanes, to 1 lane. So there's no more turn lane. It's basically went from 2.5 or 3 lanes to 1 lane, and that's what's causing this problem. Can we really push them, whatever we can do? And I try to email and call, but I'm just one person. Can we kind of have a coordinated team effort to really make this a priority, because it's causing a miserable environment for, they're driving, people on 156 are spending an hour just to get.
It was brought up at COG.
Okay, I appreciate it, but I would like our staff to be involved as well. That this has got to be a full front, because this is a miserable situation for our commuters, and I just want to get it solved as soon as possible.
Yeah, I'll stay on that, and seen your emails, thanks. And they did, per our input and your input, they doubled the signal time, but you're right, or the green time on that intersection, but it really is because of that bottleneck, just as you mentioned. So we'll see if they can open it up or increase signal time, green light signal time a little bit longer, but I'll follow up in the email.
Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it.
Okay. Supervisor Zanger, anything? No? Great.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Really good news with the guardrails next week. That's great. I wasn't expecting that, and it's gonna make a lot of people happy. Gonna make it a lot safer right there. I did have a couple questions. Just want to follow up on speed bumps on Kane Drive. I know before we talked about November. Is that still looking promising?
Perhaps I'll follow up. We have the project, we have the funding. I don't have a schedule from the contractor, so I'll ask for the speed bumps installation on Kane. And just kind of FYI, I think we're reaching out to a couple property owners to get their approval that we can put a speed bump right in front of the corner of their property, but assuming they say yes.
Okay. Do property owners, so they need to approve it's going to be in the road in front of their house?
Well, there's no official approval, but what the city of Hollister went through was they installed a bunch of speed bumps, and then property owners pushed back and they removed a good portion of them. So we're just trying to get some buy-in. The good news is, if, like on well, if the property owner doesn't accept, I think there's a buffer or we have a 30, 40 feet, 50 feet probably of optional space where we could install speed bumps. So long story short, I think they'll get it.
Great. The other thing was, I don't know, does it look like one way or the other we're going to be able to find any money for Lover's Lane or Lone Tree?
So, and we're talking about the upper segment of Lone Tree?
Yeah, it'd be where the road's starting to fall away.
Yeah, I think the answer is we need to find money. There is a decent amount of money in Measure G, and so I think in the spring, I do believe that we'll be able to have, I'll say, $500,000-ish to use on either of those segments. So we'll have to prioritize which is which, and I'll probably have to bring this back for further discussion. But I think, to answer your question, I think there is at least $500,000 available in Measure G, available for sales tax revenue that we didn't anticipate. So a little bit of good news.
Okay, that's all I had, thanks.
Okay, the only thing I have is, the example that was given was from Caltrans. It was a list and a map. I was not going around to say I want a map and not a list. So I want to just make that clear. I gave the example that came from COG and Mobility Partnership that showed all of the projects in a list format just like you had, and then on the map it showed each one of those numbers so people could visually see the distance, and it gave the measurement. So I just want to make that clear. Number two, I've been getting some calls about Fairview, and it's Fairview not in my district, and I don't know why they're calling me, but I wanted to just ask, is there a road index difference between what's happening in District 1 versus what's happening closer to Santana Ranch? 156 was just at Orchard, I believe it is, which you said it was just completed. They're saying, wow, what's the difference? What happened? Over here it's nice and smooth, and over here it's kind of crappy. Sorry, to complain about freshly paved roads.
Okay, so I'm not sure I understand the question.
So the question is the way the road was done in front of Santana Ranch, the quality, the street index or road index, whatever that term is. When you go to Orchard on the same road by 156, it's not the same. It's not the same quality of construction.
Well, so both segments, so there's two things. By Santana Ranch, they put 3 inches of asphalt on one segment, and then they did extra work at another segment. You're talking about south of Santana by the Con
Yeah.
Smith Road?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it actually is 3 inches. And it was the same treatment. Now, let's see, from...
It's the Orchard up by 156.
Right, and that's also 3 inches. So,
It's just something to be aware of.
Okay.
I've gotten multiple calls on it, which I think is kind of strange that we're getting freshly paved roads and we're critiquing how they
Yeah.
are, but that's okay. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. The other thing is, I didn't ask, are you participating? Are you going to attend the Highway 25 town hall? I'll do it during my department head announcements because I just kind of wanted to know, would you be there? Because I have a feeling people are going to ask questions and we're going to be referring them your way.
I'm going to try really hard to be there. I'm kind of double booked for a kind of a pretty...
If you can't, I'd
Planning
love to have the
commission
website linked to just be able to hand out to people so
okay.
that they aren't getting side railed on other topics.
So of just the road segments besides Highway 25, or what would you...
Yeah, it would not be 25, but what you're working on.
Okay.
Our county roads.
Sure.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that would be great.
You
Thank you.
bet.
Because
No
I think
problem.
the information, the list and the map or whatever is available, if we could get them to that link, we could start advertising it.
Sounds good.
Okay, no other questions, then we are going to go to board announcements. Who would like to go first? Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, real quick. Just want to comment on the fire that happened at the composting facility right across from Dunville. First of all, I just want to say thank you to everyone that was involved in addressing that and keeping us all safe. And thank you to the community for being patient with the road closures. I just want to ask maybe Deputy CEO if we could get a department head announcement about just kind of debriefing of what happened there and what the plan is maybe. I don't think it needs to be an agenda item per se.
Well, I was gonna pull it from consent.
As was I, because I want the committee to know what we've done. in
Okay,
terms
then
of
we'll just do
efforts.
that.
Yes.
That works fine then. So never mind, that's good. That's it.
Okay. Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try to be quick. First of all, thank you for bringing up Operation Greenlight. Operation Greenlight is being planned again for November 4th through the 11th. Our local VFW Post 9242 is selling the green light bulbs. This is an event that we're here in our county celebrating. We've made the official proclamation kind of honoring. It is the week before Veterans Day, and it's really shining a light on our veterans and service members. And so I'm looking forward to seeing our community green that week. I attended the Resource Conservation District meeting last week at the Piscinus Ranch, and we presented Paul Hain with a certificate for over 34 years of sitting on the RCD. And so thank you to Paul and all of the work that the RCD is doing. And they just really do amazing work. It was the first time in 6 years that we've hosted the meeting here. It's a regional meeting. And so it was really great. At AMBAG, they recently, we accepted the final draft of the 2026 regional growth forecast numbers, which is part of the continued development of the 2050 Metropolitan Transportation Plan. At the Economic Advisory Committee, we have some new members. Mayor Casey will be sitting on there representing the city of Hollister. Vice Mayor Leslie Jordan will be sitting representing San Juan Bautista. And then from the private, we have Irene Davis with Visit San Benito, Omar Rosa with HDA, the Hollister Downtown Association, and I'm forgetting one. Do you remember who it is?
Sorry, I wasn't.
Let's see,
keeping
I have it
my
right here.
notes in my head.
It
was,
Lizette
Liz.
Turner. I'm sorry, Lizette. So Liz is with the San Benito County Workforce Development. And so really exciting. That is shaping up, and we're doing a lot of work with that committee. We also heard from the Latino Coalition about an agrivoltaic project that they're seeking some grant funding and trying to do some kind of bring some kind of green jobs and different things here. And then staying on topic with the Hollister Downtown Association, last week was the last farmers market. And so thank you so much to Omar and to Bree. I think they really did an outstanding job. Today we'll start Food Truck Tuesdays. And so if anybody's interested, that will be downtown for the next few months. Let's see, what else did I have? At COG, we did address the issues on 156. Caltrans said that they have changed the signal from 90 to 125 seconds. I don't know if that's helped alleviate the problem or not, but that is one of the things that Caltrans said that they did do immediately. We did ask when the other lanes will be opening so that it'll be full functioning, and they estimated fall of 2025 would be kind of that full relief. At 101 Rocks Road, they're going to be doing some tree removal in late October. And so it's really just to kind of improve the safety. So, and then COG, the office will be moving. It'll be moving onto San Benito Street. They are looking for a location that will be better to serve the public. And so we did approve the construction budget for that. And I think, actually there's one more thing I have. Right now, the comment period is open for the 10-year San Benito County Community Wildfire Protection Plan. There is a little flyer in the back. I put a few there. But this is an opportunity for us to provide feedback on this wildfire protection plan, and it is for 10 years. And so please, if you get a chance, there are some QR codes, and I think this would be really valuable and helpful. There are a ton of partners on here, but we need to do everything we can to make sure that we are protected from wildfire the best we can in this community. So I think with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, thank you very much. Just first off, wanted to, I put something out there on social media, but just wanted to announce that Monterey Air Resources District each year does vehicle emission reduction grants for San Benito, Santa Cruz, Monterey County. We've had lighter participation in prior years, so I really made it a priority to really push for local jurisdictions, get the word out there, push for the county to apply. And this year, thankfully, we were awarded, the community as a whole, the various jurisdictions, $360,000 of the $1.2 million, just around 30%, even though we're only 8.9% of the population, and the population generally is what they use as the target. So we got a bump this year due to past years of lighter participation, which I pushed for. We're probably going to go back down to that 9%, 10% range. But just wanted to announce that Sunny Slope Water District is receiving $200,000 for medium heavy-duty electric vehicles. The city of Hollister gets $100,000 for battery charging infrastructure. San Juan, $40,000 for light-duty vehicles, and the Health Foundation $20,000 toward a light-duty vehicle. And then also San Benito County did apply, and I appreciate the efforts from the county They found a separate funding source, $200,000 for the county for battery charging infrastructure, and to help fund a plan to develop future EV charging stations. This was through the Community Air Protection Program. So just thank you everyone for your involvement in that. I think it's definitely well worth it. And then make sure if we can to mark it in our calendars, basically each April, to start the process of applying and working with our other jurisdictions to get the word out there. And I'll do my part as long as I'm on the Monterey Air Resources District Board to do that as well. So thank you again. Very successful grant period for the community. And then lastly, just have a town hall in Aromas on Thursday at 5:30 at the Grange. If anybody, I certainly would encourage folks to come out, whether you're from Aromas or not. And it's going to be with the fellow supervisors who do it every year, Glenn Church and Felipe Hernandez. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Gonzalez? No. Okay, I only have a couple things. Attended the Cal LAFCO conference. It was just shocking to learn that 21% of our Californian residents do not have access to clean and healthy water. And Cal LAFCO is looking at how they can help support the state's initiatives to consolidate water districts, especially small failing water districts, and how they can consolidate those into more robust, successful water district. And so there are a lot of grants out there that I don't think people are aware of, especially our special districts, and it's not as robust for our privately owned mutual water districts. But if you want information on this, please feel free to reach out to me. I'm going to be posting some information on social media. That was one of the big highlights that I got. The other thing from the Cal LAFCO event is that the coastal region has really united. It was a unanimous vote to really become more proactive as a region. This is a region that goes all the way from the North Bay all the way down to, I believe it's, if I have my map right, it goes all the way down to Santa Barbara. So they've agreed that we are going to work collaboratively more as a region to have a bigger voice at Cal LAFCO and to be able to help with legislative relief on some of the challenges that LAFCOs are faced with. Besides that, the executive director of COG, Benito Abraham, has been doing presentations at each of the cities, and these are afternoon or evening meetings. And she has been trying to fit in coming here and doing an update on Highway 25 to us, but we haven't been able to make it work yet. So I made a suggestion to do a joint town hall where we would be able to present Highway 25 and what's happening with Highway 25 to the community. And with our only 17 people attending these meetings, we're not reaching the population that we need to reach. And with roads being such a priority for our community, we have a town hall scheduled for this, it's tomorrow, Wednesday, October 23rd at 6:30. This will be where Benito will be doing an informational presentation about all the workshops that have been held with Caltrans. The public workshops have not been attended to the level that we had hoped. And so we're hoping at this town hall we'll get more of the public involvement so they understand what's happening with Highway 25. Besides that, I think that's all I had to report out this week. I want to thank Supervisor Sotelo for all of her work on the Economic Advisory Committee and the community. There are still applications being accepted. You can go on to our committee's website to get those applications, and we do have some vacancies in other committee assignments. So if there's anybody that's interested in becoming part of a committee or a local organization, please feel free to reach out to us and we can connect you. Okay? With that, we're going to now go to, let's do public, can we do public comment after for anything that's not on agenda? We can just do the closed session, public comment right now and go into closed session. Right, public comment for this, but when we come back, we'll have public comment for anything that's not on agenda. Right now, we're gonna open it up to public comment for item in closed session number 3.2. Do I have that correct? And we're moving that forward on the request of administration and council. We are only going into closed session on that item, so the public comment would only be for that item.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers for item 3.2 in closed session, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise hand icon. And I have no public comment.
And we are anticipating about how long
Maybe 15 minutes.
at the most? Okay, so we're gonna take a break for about 15 minutes, go into closed session, and we'll be right back at 10:10. everybody for your patience. It's much appreciated. Okay, we're back from closed session on item 3.2. Acting CAO Henny Ring, can you report out?
There is no purported action.
Okay, thank you. And now we're going to move on to public comment for items that are not on agenda.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, we'll start with Ted.
Hello, I'm Ted Yellenberg. Couple comments. One,
Can you please speak into the microphone so we can hear you? Thank
a
you.
couple comments. One, Supervisor Zanger probably can agree with this one. When you make the turn onto Comstock, going from on the turn lane, it's probably one of the most dangerous places in the world to be. People come around that corner at like 90 miles an hour. And the other day I was stuck between a transfer truck crossing over the lanes and a tow truck on the other side. And I'm just wondering if it's possible to put some bumps in that divider lane so to keep from people, at least maybe shock them a little bit, because that turn is like super dangerous. Every time I make the left-hand turn, it's like taking your life in your own hands. And for some reason, people don't seem to think that line means anything. That's one comment. And the other, I got a call from someone in the building department called Lisa. She wanted some photos with stamped times. Anytime she wants to come over and take a look, I'm more than happy to make an appointment to talk to her whenever or however, because the construction company is still there. Somebody needs to look at my road to make sure that I'm not making things up. They can see it for themselves. And that when the drive to get from Fairview Road to San Juan Bautista, the other day took me 2 hours to get there. And I think they're right. They cut the lane into one lane, and it's causing a horrible backup. And there's no way to get around it. And 2 hours of my life just to go, 15 miles? Is kind of ridiculous. And when they did the timeline and the lights, it has cut it to maybe an hour sometimes. But still, to go 15 miles for an hour, that's a long time out of your life for nothing. So yeah, that needs to be addressed. And anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chambers, Elias Lima.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. Yeah, 156, what did you all expect? We knew that it was going to be a problem for a while, and eventually it's going to get finished. When they decided that they were going to open one lane instead of waiting until the 2 lanes, and then it's going to bottleneck when you get here into Hollister, that's exactly what you were going to get as a backup. Hopefully that when you have the town hall, that'll be something that COG may be able to answer, and maybe you are going to have somebody from Caltrans. And I'm sure that maybe Supervisor Kosmicki wants to be there at this town hall, so he can ask some questions directly to them. Maybe they'll be able to answer him some questions regarding that. And then what I want to talk about is the smear campaign propaganda that's been going on with this election.
Point of order, this isn't under county jurisdiction.
Excuse me, I can speak
Counsel?
whatever I want, sir.
Is there any reason for this to stop? Can you say it in the microphone, please, so that we can make sure it's on record?
No political activity here.
No political activity.
No political activity? Well, when you're a supervisor or when you're a council member, when you're out there speaking, you're speaking
Order, this is not under
as a
county
supervisor or as a council member.
Speaking
She's
about
making a
my
comment.
personal viewpoint on an election matter in the city of Hollister. It is not under county jurisdiction.
if you're talking about election items, we cannot have that conversation if you're
I am talking about the actions of a supervisor in his capacity as a supervisor to be out there making comments, representing the entire Board of Supervisors when comments are made. That is what I'm talking about. And that is something that needs to be brought up to the Board of Supervisors.
Point of order, this is not under county jurisdiction. This is my personal viewpoint on an election matter in the city of Hollister. I'm not representing the Board of Supervisors when I speak on
Sir,
Facebook. Point of
you
order.
are speaking as a Board of Supervisors.
Okay, I'm gonna call point of order right now because we're having a dialogue here and we shouldn't be having a dialogue. And I want council to direct me in saying, at what point is it considered campaigning or a public comment? Because I want to respect both sides here and do what's fair.
Comments about a member on the dais and their conduct off the dais is right for comment. Comments about electioneering or elections in general, campaigning is not permitted in this room.
Okay, so keep it within that.
I am saying that Supervisor Kosmicki, in his position as a Board of Supervisor, has stated himself, when you're an elected official, you are always an elected official when you're speaking. In the capacity as a Board of Supervisor, he made phone calls wanting specific candidates not to run in a city.
Point of order, this
Okay,
is not
sir,
under
back on
county
campaign.
jurisdiction.
Sir, that is your actions.
I did not make up, you're lying now at
Please,
this
point of order. We do not dialogue with the public comments. We're going to allow the public comments that fall within the rules stated by the county council. Council, if this public individual is making comments that are not available or possible, if we're discussing candidates, that's, to me, you're talking about campaigning. So let's keep it within
I am
the
trying
items
to
that
say
council has
that in the
stated.
capacity of the Board of Supervisor, he is representing himself and representing the entire board when he is out there making phone calls, telling an individual that they can and cannot run in a campaign.
Point of order, this never happened. It's a lie, and this is not county jurisdiction. I'm sorry, these are comments that are under county jurisdiction. What does this have to do with this?
You are representing yourself.
I'm not going to have the dialogue back and forth. I will refuse this. So I think your point has been made, and we need to keep it on topics that are not on agenda and are not campaigning or electioneering in any capacity. You still have 43 seconds.
Thank you. When an individual that is elected and has a FPPC number and they go past that, they are representing themselves and the entire county when they're making comments. You must be very careful what your FPPC requirements are, specifically when you're making comments as an elected official where you are representing the entire community. When you go out on television and you scare the public to tell them that they're going to be losing their fire contract
Okay, that's on the
and
agenda, so
protection.
keep it off topic. Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
I have no further public comment.
Okay, so moving on to consent agenda. I understand we have some items we want to pull. Is there someone that would like to go first? Supervisor Zanger. Oh, public comment. My apologies. Public comment on consent. Thank
If
you.
you'd like to make
Clerk
a
of the Board.
comment in chambers on consent, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And in chambers, I do have Ms. Salim.
One 1.7, Madam Chair, 1.8, 1.11, and I'll start off with 1.8. My only comment is the week before the fire, the Board of Supervisors, I ran out of time and I was going to make a comment on that compost out there that it was getting extremely high and it wasn't happening overnight. It was continuing. And I understand we only have one code enforcement but it's really important. So maybe once a week that your code enforcement goes out there driving throughout the entire county to keep track of what is going out there that could be a potential hazard that can place the public in danger. 1.8. So we have, you have before you a contract for landscaping at $548,000. That's over $500,000 for landscaping. We've had this issue before where I suggested that you were spending too much money on janitorial services. This landscape contract is 21 months for $26,000 per month. Could the county not hire maybe even 4 individuals on a permanent basis so that you're not continuing to get $500,000 in 21 months? Then they're going to come back. It's going to increase because that always happens, and it's going to be more than that in June of 2026, and they're going to be probably coming to you in April or May to redo the contract. So I would hope that you would consider pulling the item and discuss putting on an agenda to hire your own landscape or in Public Works, hiring some more individuals in Public Works, where not only are they going to be doing landscape, but they're going to be able to do other jobs. I'm sure that Mr. Loop's department could really use other help in the Public Works department. And then 1.11, going back now to Mr. Loop's department, is an invoice for REM Consulting Engineers for $4,500. My question, and I hope that you all have the question as well, is where is this money coming from? Is this money already allocated from the monies that was being spent on building the tiny homes, which is well over $2 million? I can't even remember the amount of money is. Or is this coming from the general fund? I did not open this agenda item, so I'm just wanting to, hopefully you know the answer what that is. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public comment?
I have no further public comment.
Okay, so now, anyone with items to pull? Supervisor Kosmicki.
I know Supervisor Gonzalez and I both want to do 1.7 as we stated, and then 1.5, please.
1.7 and 1.5. Any additional?
1.7 and 1.8.
Seeing no others, can I get a motion to approve the remaining items excluding 1.5, 1.7, and 1.8?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0. Aye. I didn't say aye, so on the record, aye. Okay, moving on to regular agenda. If any of the items were pulled, they will be heard either after regular agenda or after closed session. Item 2.1, this is the discussion of fire protection services for the unincorporated area of San Benito County. And we have our consultant and Henny Ring, our acting CAO, that's going to be presenting.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Henny Ring with administration. Yes, we're going to be getting this set up just now. It looks like we've got the PowerPoint up. I will do just a brief summary of some things. We do have MRG here. Don Ashton is going to be also co-presenting with this item. We do have Jeff Meston, who will be on Zoom, via Zoom, as well as Bill Adams, our legal counsel, via Zoom. So, but I will go ahead and get started. The following agenda item is to discuss the fire protective services for the incorporated San Benito County and potential options, and to receive an update on the status of negotiations with the city of Hollister. First, I just want to start with some of the activities of last week, and I know this is going to be discussed a little bit further, another item. But as the board is aware, last week was very busy for the county as well as for Hollister Fire, dealing with the compost fire in Dunville that started in the evening of Monday, October 14th. In fact, I went out around 8:30 p.m. that day, or that evening, and met with Fire Chief building from Hollister Fire to see and discuss the situation. It was quite a big fire. It was, a lot of activity, very, very large mound, with a lot of fuel behind it. Not a fire expert, but, it was raging. It was pretty intense, the fire. I also returned to the scene on Friday, October 18th to review, with county staff, the progress in the extinguishing of the fire and to discuss further operations with staff. I want to thank Hollister Fire for working extremely hard at keeping the fire contained and protecting the surrounding homes and properties. I also like to thank our amazing county team, which was Selena Stotler from Integrated Waste, Chris Magano from OES, Steve Luke from Public Works, and also County Council's office, and for their collaboration with Hollister Fire, because they were out on the scene most of the time with fire as well. So I thank everybody who cooperated with that, and the collaboration was pretty phenomenal. So back to the agenda. First, I want to go ahead and present some background. The City of Hollister has been providing fire services for San Benito County since 2013. The current contract runs from January 1st of 2019 through December 31st of 2025. The current contract agreement is attached with your package. Also attached is a letter that was dated June 20th, 2024 from the City of Hollister advising of terminating fire protection services in the unincorporated San Benito County. The written letter advising of unilaterally changing the termination date certain. So what does that mean for the county? So what it meant for the county is we put in together a contacted with Municipal Resource Group for some trusted municipal advisors, and as well as outside counsel to assist the county with fire protection services. MRG has experience in assisting local governments in addressing a wide range of issues, including fire protection services. The county is working with consultants Don Ashton and Jeff Meston from MRG. And the county is also working with William L. Adams, PC, also known as Bill Adams, for our legal counsel with the matter of fire protection services.
Would you mind just stating why we have gone with outside counsel? So it's clear?
There was a conflict previous with Prentice Long. I believe there was a partner at one point that had done the original contract with the City of Hollister, so there was conflict there. So we obtained other legal services.
Thank you.
In the agenda item, we have provided detailed background information of our fire consultants. Each of them have over 30 years of experience in either public sector, administration, legal, and extensive fire services. It's very detailed in the background of the agenda item, so I won't go over that too much. But the administration is happy with working with a team of experts that is advising and supporting the county in navigating through the options of fire protection services. I also wanted to provide an update of our negotiations with the city. On September 30th, we met with City Manager David Mariani and Fire Chief Jonathan Goulding. We had asked the city if they would rescind the notice as part of the negotiations. However, they were not amenable to that. We also had set up a standing meetings on Mondays at 3 o'clock with the city. However, the county did cancel the last two meetings, as we felt that the county needed to focus on what possible other options the county may have for fire protection services. What you'll see in your report and what Don will be presenting is some of the following options, which are one, to renegotiate the contract with the City of Hollister; two, to explore a hybrid model with CAL FIRE and local staffing; three, form a regional fire protection district with neighboring counties; four, build a new San Benito County Fire Department; five, contract with private fire service providers; six, leverage some volunteer or combination fire department models; and seven, creating a joint power authority, JPA, with the City of Hollister and other agencies. And also what Don will provide will be some identifying some pros and cons with each one of those options. Again, this is informational for the board, and this is the first time for the public to hear this, so we will provide those pros and cons as well. I will pass this off to Don Ashton to provide further details with the possible options. Like I mentioned, Jeff Meston and Bill Adams are both participating via Zoom. I also want to make sure that we highlight that the county will be presenting a town hall on November 7th as well, so we can give a little bit more in detail on that after the presentation. But I'll pass this on to Don. Thank you.
Thank you, Henny. Good morning.
Let's make sure your mic's on. You're awful tall, and I know we have a little bit of a Zoom sound issue.
Try to lean forward. Is that better?
That's great.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. As Ms. Ring stated, my name is Don Ashton with MRG, and I'll be walking through some options you have for fire services. Before I get into the presentation, I want to make a couple comments or observations. And first, fire service throughout the state of California, the cost for fire service throughout California is increasing everywhere. It's putting a significant strain, especially on small counties and small cities in the more rural parts of California. So these conversations of costs and how to find money to pay for the services is not unique to San Benito County. Everyone's facing these challenges. The solutions to identify them, unfortunately, they're not, there's no easy solution to any of it. And that those are conversations that need to take place and need to continue happening. Second, I'm not aware of any small rural fire district that can provide the appropriate level of response by themselves. So a typical fire structure, a typical house fire structure, requires approximately 15 firefighters to respond to that house structure fire. That's NFPA, National Fire Protection Association standards to do it. Small jurisdictions can't afford that, so what do? They rely on other partners to help collaborate or to help provide fire service. And you guys experienced that last week, it sounds like, and it was a great collaboration. And I want to commend the firefighters and the personnel. The level of service are very good, outstanding. The collaboration is great. And let's not let these negotiations and these conversations take away from the great work that your firefighters and your first responders all provide. As we go through these options, feel free to ask questions as they come up. I don't want to wait till questions at the end, and we'll see where we go. And as a reminder, as Ms. Ring stated to the public, this is informational at this time. We're not asking for any decisions today or direction. There'll be more conversations coming in the future. So the first one is, and from my perspective, this would be ideal to renegotiate the contract with Hollister. Like I said, costs have gone up. I believe the cost you are projected to pay in 2025 under the current contract is in the ballpark of what other small rural fire districts pay for fire service. To increase those costs by $3.8 million is a significant jump all at once. Not sure how you can afford that. The challenge we have right now, and it would be nice if negotiations could continue, but with the March 15th deadline of fire service being terminated, you don't have a lot of time to implement an alternative if you can't afford these options. But some of the pros of continuing with Hollister, one, they're already familiar with the county and the needs, and the relationships are already there. That's all a positive. A renegotiated contract could include tailored service levels or mutual aid agreements that help reduce costs, and it avoids the administrative burden of setting up a new department, which does come with significant upfront costs. Some cons. The high cost may still be a sticking point if Hollister cannot reduce rates significantly. And I'm not suggesting that would be easy, but it's something that should be talked about. Dependency on an external provider means San Benito County might face similar challenges in future negotiations. You will see this with several of the options that are presented to you. And I think one thing you will need to be thinking about as you go forward is how much control, how much authority you want the Board of Supervisors to have over fire services. You may say you want the Board of Supervisors to have all authority in the unincorporated areas, and you build up your own fire department. That's an option for you. You may say you don't want the Board of Supervisors to have that responsibility and transfer that to another contract agency or another special district that has its own governing board that removes you from the equation. So be thinking about that as well. Another con with the contract with Hollister over the long term is the long-term control over the level of service, and that's where it comes to the level of authority you have over deciding those levels of service. Does that make sense to everyone? Second option is you could explore a hybrid model with CAL FIRE and local staffing. CAL FIRE brings a lot of pros to the table. Their expertise, their band of resources throughout the state of California. Those are all positive things. You could have possible shared infrastructure and training opportunities. A lot of benefits to CAL FIRE. The biggest con with CAL FIRE is the cost, quite frankly, and there's legislation happening that will likely cause those costs to go up even further. The first is their migration to a 66-hour work week. Makes it more expensive. In jurisdictions I work with, and those I worked with in the past, everyone loves the service. I shouldn't say everyone, but everyone I know of loves the service CAL FIRE provides. But unfortunately, they're pricing themselves out of the market for small rural jurisdictions. And at some point, that the rubber's gonna have to hit the road on that, but right now, it is a more expensive option. Another con is coordination between state and local teams could introduce complexity. A lot of CAL FIRE firefighters are seasonal, so if it's low season and there's a fire, they may not have the personnel on staff to respond as quickly as you need. And as I said, they're expensive. And another point I want to make with CAL FIRE is they're going to respond where the most critical need is throughout the state. They deploy their resources as needed. So if you rely solely on CAL FIRE, which has a lot of positives, as I said, the con is if there's a big fire down in Monterey, they may be taking all their resources down there, and which could leave San Benito a little more vulnerable in the event of an incident. Any questions on this slide? A third option, and another point, these are not in any priority order. So MRG is not suggesting any of these right now. They're just listed randomly. But you could form a regional fire protection district with neighboring counties, and you probably should have had other jurisdictions. Pros, you're sharing resources. As I said, I'm not aware of any small rural county that has the resources to adequately respond to a structure fire. They rely on help from outside. This could help address that concern. It can provide a larger pool of staff and equipment, and it enables shared training and operational oversight and capital investments, so you could leverage and potentially get some reduced costs under that model. The cons, neighboring, especially in your region, neighboring departments are geographically distant, making it difficult to staff a station within San Benito County. Probably most importantly of where we are in these discussions is the amount of time it would take to set up a special district. It doesn't happen fast. You have to go through the LAFCO process. I'm not sure how long San Benito LAFCO would take to work with all that. There'd be work the Board of Supervisors and your county staff would have to do. In one county, El Dorado County, where I was from, they estimated probably about 18 to 24 months to start this process from beginning to end. So you guys can do the math with that. Another challenge with a regional fire protection district is your property tax revenues some of those would shift to that new district to fund that new district. That would be a negotiated amount, but it would have to be sufficient to provide an appropriate level of service with the new district without significantly compromising services that the county already provides. So this is one example where you could give up some property tax money to fund a new district, and you would then be giving up control over fire services to that new governing body. It would be its own governing board, and that would have to be negotiated and talked about as well. Questions on this one? Or you could build a new San Benito County Fire Department. This sounds scary. When I was a CAO, someone said that'd be scary to do, but it's an option that is available, and quite frankly, of all the options you have, other than trying to renegotiate a new contract with City of Hollister, is probably the one that you could be done the quickest. And people may look at me and think I'm crazy, but as I just said, setting up a new district would take, in other jurisdictions, 18 to 24 months. You could do this far sooner than that. Is it ideal? Absolutely not, but it is an option for you. Some pros, it gives you complete local control over services, staffing, costs. You are responsible for all of those things. You're also responsible for the labor negotiations that come with that. And so there's some challenges with it. Since you're in control, you can scale it to fit the county's specific needs, allowing for tailored service models, combination of volunteer staff, fully paid staff, seasonal staff, or whatever that would look like. And then the long-term potential for cost control. That it's in your area of responsibility now. So now you are fully responsible for deciding how much of your general fund goes to fire versus other core essential services the county provides. Some cons for setting up a new fire department: the significant upfront costs, infrastructure, equipment, staffing. That will take some time. It will cost some money. The high operational complexity, especially starting from scratch, policies, procedures, protocols, all those things would need to be developed, and that takes some time as well. And then recruitment of staff. I'll tell a little story. 25 years ago, when I was first starting my career, and I was down in Southern California, when LA County would recruit for firefighters, they would fill the entire convention center. There'd be 25,000 people applying to be a firefighter for like 10 jobs. It's almost flipped in my lifetime, and I would hope the fire chief, they're nodding their head yes. You can't find firefighters in California. It's very difficult. On top of that, it's my understanding CAL FIRE is looking to hire over 2,000 firefighters over the next year or two or something like that, and they pay better. They can afford to pay more than you can. So your competition is just getting worse and worse. So that's something that you would need to keep in mind if you're responsible now for hiring and paying those employees. Any questions on this one? You could contract with private fire service providers. I'm not aware this is very common in California at all, but it is an option to you. The pros: private providers may offer more flexible and cost-effective service. It could be cheaper. It could also get more expensive because they're in it for a profit, whereas public sector agencies are not. But another pro is it allows for performance-based contracts with service level agreements. You can be very clear. You can say, this is what we want when we want it, time frame, and if you don't do it, we're going somewhere else. Gives you a lot of authority in that level. And then it could be implemented faster than perhaps building your own fire department or combining with or creating a special district. There are quite a few cons with private providers. Here's some of them. The limited number of private fire service providers capable of handling public sector requirements would be difficult. As I said before, they may prioritize profits over community needs. The long-term sustainability and consistency could be a concern. You go solely into a contract with a private provider, you could be back here as soon as that contract is done, having a very similar conversation, because now that they got you in, they're going to jack up the cost, and you can't afford it, and you're back here having these similar conversations in the future. And then labor issues that occur when using private firefighters that do not enjoy the same government protection, nor workers' comp, firefighter death benefits. That most private providers don't offer that. And it could impact the quality of firefighters you have if you go the private route. Okay. Number 6, you could leverage a volunteer or combination fire department models. You know, back in the 70s, 80s, volunteer fire departments were a lot more common than they are now. The restrictions to be a volunteer firefighter have gotten more stringent, making it more difficult to staff that way, but it is still done. But volunteer fire departments, obviously a low-cost solution, and they are still common in many rural areas. A combination model provides middle ground for cost control and operational flexibility, and it also creates a strong community engagement. when you have volunteer firefighters living in your community, it just creates there's some cohesiveness around there. That being said, one of the things about the fire service is firefighters are typically very engaged in the communities they live in. They're very supportive of their communities they live in, and they want to be involved in the communities they live in. The cons, recruitment and retention can be challenging, may not provide adequate response times or service levels, because again, you're relying on volunteers. Limited capacity for handling major incidents, which could lead to reliance on mutual aid during emergencies. And you would still need to require all the infrastructure, equipment, and staffing to supervise those volunteers and make sure all the standards are being followed. And the last one is you could create a joint powers authority, or JPA, with Hollister and other agencies. Pros, it allows for shared decision making. Unlike a special district that has its own governing board under a JPA, some of you would likely be on that JPA with other voting members, so it gives you some voice in the decisions that are made and regarding service levels, budgets, costs, all those things. JPAs can help reduce costs by pooling resources like equipment, personnel, and training, and it provides additional flexibility to adjust service levels based on demand and budget constraints. Cons, similar to setting up your own district, establishing a JPA takes time. They get very, very bureaucratic, complex, and time-consuming. There is the potential for interagency conflicts or misalignment in priorities and service expectations. If some of you were on that JPA governing board, you're likely not going to have the majority vote, because I would see there'd be multiple agencies involved. You could get outvoted, and then you just have to live with that. So that goes back to how much control you think the Board of Supervisors should have in the long term. And you still may face higher costs because of that, depending on the structure of the case that we did. I think that is all I have. So happy to answer any questions or take any discussion you guys want to have at this time.
Thank you, Don. We're going to open it up to public comment, and then we'll bring it back for questions.
If you'd like to make a comment in chamber, speak on Zoom, please press star 9 on the raised hand icon, and in chamber, David.
Good morning, David Marioni, Hollister City Manager. I'd like to address the items attached FAQs that, while are very comprehensive and are striking, but they're striking with their absence of some details on the negotiations that I'd like to cover. On August 5th, we attended what we believed was our first negotiation meeting after months of supplying the county with fire data. County Counsel Prentice immediately requested that the city accept a conflict waiver due to his firm serving as our city attorney when this contract was executed. Our attorney explained that we need council action to do this. The meeting had ended abruptly. He requested this waiver 46 days after we initiated the 270-day notice and only after our attorney questioned this conflict. Council understandably did not approve the waiver. This delayed our negotiations. Later in August, the acting CAO told us she was not authorized to negotiate our offer until securing consultants and a new council. We had our first negotiation, as mentioned, on September 30th, where we were asked to cancel the 270-day notice, or they would have to take this to the public. That was the entirety of the county's offer. The county then agreed to meet with us on October 14th to continue negotiations. On the 14th, we received a cancellation via Outlook. We were then told they had competing priorities and later told that an item was coming today. Even yesterday's meeting was canceled 45 minutes before it was to begin. Question 3 states that we are, quote, not compromising, and 16 states that there is no willingness to compromise, making negotiations a challenge. This is disingenuous. The FAQ omits the complete proposed terms, which is a path to remove the 270-day notice. Also omits the local fire protection district option, which is what we're currently working on now. To provide context, we received direction to review these contracts in June of 2023 and made admin aware of it the following day. In January, we provided an early estimate of around $4 million at that time. We're asked to please wait until the AP Triton Fire Study could complete. Then we could possibly join the Aromas Fire District, which we could get a benefit from receiving ERAF due to the district's establishment prior to Prop 13. As highlighted in your presentation, waiting was not a viable option as districts take years to form. We were not interested in subsidizing services during an uncertain multi-year process. And we believe that the concept of losing property tax and redirecting property tax via ERAF from local schools to fund fire services was not a viable option. For context, $3.8 million equates to $10,000 Hollister General Fund per day. The presentation states CAL FIRE is expensive and needs $6 million to operate one station. Our request equates to $6 million for 4 stations. I urge your staff to provide complete information as they set forth to educate the community, and we're available for your town hall as well. I trust that we can continue negotiations with the goal of fostering a long-term and mutually beneficial partnership. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Jonathan.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and County Supervisors. As you know, I'm Jonathan Goulding. I'm the Fire Chief for the City of Hollister, the City of San Juan Bautista, and the County of San Benito. I'm standing here before you today because as you discuss the future of fire service in San Benito County, I want to ensure that the contract amendment proposal from the City of Hollister is clearly understood. Like the rest of my department, I take great pride in providing fire protection services not only to the City of Hollister and the City of San Juan Bautista, but also to the County of San Benito. But as was stated, the cost of providing these services continues to rise. Searching for the best option to provide these services is in the best interest of all 3 jurisdictions, which is why the Fire Advisory Committee is currently seeking proposals for a feasibility study to analyze if a fire district inclusive of the 3 agencies is possible. In the interim, the City of Hollister proposed a reasonable contract amendment to the City of San Juan Bautista and San Benito County. Both contracts were structured similarly, and last Tuesday, the City of San Juan Bautista unanimously approved their contract amendment with the City of Hollister. I believe it prudent that if there's a discussion of the future of the fire service in the county residents, there is a clear understanding of what the contract amendment from the City of Hollister entails. So I'd like to clarify what the City of Hollister is proposing. The main focus of discussions has centered around the increase of $3.8 million to the annual contract price, which according to our calculations is still lower than our cost to provide these services. There's also an 11% escalator in an attempt to reduce that gap gradually. The contract also seeks to align our payments with each entity's fiscal year for easing of the accounting and extending the contract through 2028 to solidify the fire services while we evaluate the formation of a fire district. The contract also requires that we move forward with this feasibility study, requiring that as part of the assessment, they evaluate how the cost of services should be shared. This way, it is an objective evaluator providing the recommendation. Another key factor in the proposal is an update to the fire impact fee schedule. The last study was conducted in 2017 without the fire department's input. Unfortunately, this has led us to restrictions on the impact fees, making them difficult to spend on our current needs, such as new apparatus. Updating this will be a benefit to both the county and the fire department. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comments.
Next in chambers, Elia.
Thank you. While I appreciate the presentation, common sense should come to mind to all 5 of you. The city is willing to cooperate. Unfortunately, the county, having lost the CAO, your interim CAO, was not able to function with the knowledge that your other CAO has. And then you have the conflict with county council because you had Prentice, Long, and Epperson. Epperson represented the city, who was with county counsel's law firm at the time. So it's delayed, but it's been delayed on the part of the county, not on the part of the city. So, not sure why the county canceled the last two meetings, even though you had this today. And I'm surprised that you have this presentation today and then you have the city speak for 3 minutes. I thought maybe they should also be able to speak a little bit longer, but you did a great job. So we know that CAL FIRE is very expensive. And you saw all the options, and read all the options, and the numbers of the cost and the statistics, or the stats, not statistics, but the data that has been kept by the City of Hollister's fire department, they're not lying. Those are factual numbers. So, I mean, if you don't have the money and you're struggling to fix potholes, right? You must be able to have and find what is public safety is the most important. You all, each one of you, campaign on you're going to help with fire department, with fire safety, you're going to help with the sheriff's department. You know, so public safety is your number one when you're out there, besides fixing the roads. So you had a supervisor that went out on television and literally scared the public that we were not going to have fire protection, which is not true. You need to get to the table and you need to negotiate. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next in chamber, Greg.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for this interesting conversation. I happen to be one of your major problems. Well, not major. I only live 13 miles out of town. I just happen to traverse totally San Benito County through Highway 25 to Coringa and back over the mountains. And our roads are somewhat questionable, as are our fire services. I think it pointed out very well yesterday the problems that Hollister is having. I left my place. I live in Piscinas, right where the store is. A fire engine and a ambulance went roaring by. I left about a half an hour later. I think I passed them somewhere around the Pinnacles. Fire chief probably knows what that call was. But you're sending a 40,000, 50,000 pound fire truck, God knows where. Happens to pass a CAL FIRE station. So when you look at this problem, you kind of have two problems. You have us in the middle of nowhere, and then you also have Ridgemark, Santana Ranch. So how do you put all that together? I think very practical, having the fire engine go past a fire department 17, 18 miles, 20 miles down the road, that doesn't quite work. So the possibility of a hybrid through CAL FIRE for a very small number of people that live in the middle of nowhere, as well as how you handle the Ridgemark Santana Ranch. Those are, I mean, when you look at the problems, it's really part of the urban situation. CAL FIRE is going to show up if my house starts to burn because it's the middle of the field. They're going to show up. They'll watch my house burn, but they'll make sure that the rangeland doesn't burn. So how do you negotiate that? There used to be a plan called the Amador Plan. I don't know if that still exists. That is an offshoot where you can help man certain stations. And, there is a risk of CAL FIRE having to go fight bigger fires. But look at the whole, trying to provide service to me and my friends that live 50 miles from here is very difficult, and it's never going to accomplish. Somebody in Ridgemark has different objectives and how that all works. And to the city of Hollister, remember, we all basically shop in Hollister. We pay their sales tax. So there is revenue coming from county residents in Michigan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Mr. Wires? Okay. Hard to read the first one, sorry.
Yeah, I'm Pat Wers. I live in Cienega Valley, which is 13 or 14 miles from Hollister. I have a lot of relatives scattered through all the county. My family's been in this county for 7 generations since 1850s. This wasn't a problem until about 10 years ago when there was a fight between CAL FIRE and the city of Hollister. Before that, the county was covered by CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE has a number of stations scattered through the rural part of the county. Beaver Dam in Bitterwater, Antelope in Pinoche, San Benito is Bear Valley, which is 10 miles from your national park. And I think, like Greg Sweat, who's Piscinus resident, as you said, I think we need to make a hybrid thing between maybe the city of Hollister to take care of the immediate area around Hollister, and to maybe come up with if CAL FIRE still has the Amador plan, to have the rural area covered somewhat by CAL FIRE. It only makes sense. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, because they have 5 or 6 fire stations scattered through the rural part of the county. And if we can come up with some kind of, like I say, some kind of a hybrid deal where CAL FIRE takes care of the rural area and provides emergency services with them, and maybe the Hollister fire department could take care of the more immediate area. Something that a lot of people have forgotten, San Benito County doesn't stop at Trust Venus. There's a whole lot of us that are scattered out throughout the county that need the protection of your services. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments.
I have no other public comment.
Okay, bringing it back to the board. Is there questions for Dawn or staff? Who would like to go first? Seeing no eye contact except for Supervisor Kosmicki. Go for it.
Some thoughts. I think this presentation was definitely needed in light of where we're at, and we want to be as transparent as we can with the public and be very upfront with the public so that people are aware that we are very seriously exploring other options because we're being given no other choice. I just do want to correct this statement from the city manager that they're asking for $6 million to fund 4 stations is obviously inaccurate, and it's $14 to $15 million for 4 stations, and the county pays for a contract to receive shared services among 3 jurisdictions. So just to put that on the record. And the city of San Juan and county arrangements I don't think are similar in the least, and I'll leave it at that. I'm glad to see we have real options on the table. These are real options because we can't afford what I believe have been unreasonable demands from the city, and we want to work together, but the city threatened to cancel fire services in the unincorporated area for a contract that runs through 2025, and we want to come to the table. We truly do. It's just that we need more time. The 270-day notice, which is now, in the 140-day range, we don't feel like that's, putting everybody under the gun is not the best for anybody in this community. So it is our responsibility to explore other options for fire protection, medical response. I think the FAQ, you can nitpick at it, but we're doing our best to inform the community and to lay out all the what we believe are the facts involved in this, and in particularly what does $3.8 million, that's the dollar amount that the city of Hollister is demanding from the county. We're currently paying the $2.2, $2.3 million range. They're asking us to go up to $6+ million, a 170% or so increase to our contribution, and it was an abrupt termination pursuit, and we did not build this into our budget. We run a very tight budget at the county, as everybody knows. We have funds that are allocated for one-time uses, but it's not appropriate or responsible of the county to look at one-time funding to pay for a perpetual cost, a yearly annual perpetual cost. And to reiterate again, the Hollister Fire Department, was very pleased with the contract when it was approved not that long ago. So it's unfortunate where we're at. We want to come to the table. It's just, we want to work in good faith with the city and feel like not being willing to extend this 270-day notice so that we can come to an agreement and have time so we're not all under the gun on this thing is the only real good faith, I think, measure that the city could take. So I would highly encourage the city council, if the city manager has not gone back to the city council, and ask the city council, who should be giving direction on this, not the city manager necessarily. I would encourage the entire city council to give their input on whether it makes sense for us to all come to the table and have a reasonable amount of time to figure this out. And I do want to say, we can't go into details because if we were forced to theoretically cut $3.8 million out of our existing budget, I think we all know that anybody who's been around knows that that's no small dollar amount. That is drastic cutting that we would have to do. That's layoffs. That is pay increases are gone for a while for our unions, for our employees. That is discretionary services are on the table, like the library and things of that nature. So this is not just some, we don't have money sitting around to pay for this. That's the problem here. And again, we didn't budget for this because we were never consulted on the Hollister Fire Department's budget throughout the past several years. And they were contractually required to consult with the county so that we didn't get put in this position that we're in now. And they never did that. So that's why we're in this position. We want to be good partners. I think it's in everyone's best interest to have a reasonable conversation about what's actually affordable. But in the meantime, we have to look at other options. And this is not a gimmick on the county's part. We are looking at other options. We have to look at other options. And they're very credible options that are on the table, and we don't have any other choice. So I would again just encourage the city of Hollister, the city council in particular, to have a discussion about the 270 days. And we want to continue a partnership. We want to support existing public safety employees, but we also have a budget, and we have to be responsible when it comes to our budget. And we have to recognize that we have sheriff's deputies. We have 600 other employees that some of those folks are going to be eliminated. Their positions are going to be eliminated if we have to pay $3.8 million. And that is not, that's the reality of this whole thing. And that's what's being lost in all of this. So again, strongly encourage the city to reconsider. In the meantime, I appreciate these options, and we are ready to move forward on looking at them seriously.
Supervisor Sotelo?
Thank you. So first of all, I want to go back to Dawn's kind of opening remarks, and you don't have to get up. I just kind of want to go back there, and you talked a little bit about having, how hard it is for us to have these conversations, but how appreciative and how grateful we are to our firefighters. And so I sincerely mean that. I have worked quite well with them, and but I think this really is coming down to, we don't have the budget for this increase. Like, it is beyond what we're able to do. And so I echo what some of Supervisor Kosmicki said. Like, we really would love to have City Council and the City of Hollister work with us, negotiate with us. And none of this is easy, but we don't have the ability to pay $4 million more. So I'm curious, Dawn, I do have a question for you. One of the options was us coming up with our own fire department, essentially. And so to me, it seems like, okay, how much would the upfront, it seems like that would put us out of the ballpark, yet you seem to think that that might be a viable option. What are we looking at for upfront costs for kind of infrastructure, equipment, staffing for a new fire department? And I get that it's a one-time cost, right? So that's the difference as we're weighing that option. It's a one-time investment versus this rate that the city of Hollister has given us is an every year with an 11% escalator. And we can't really afford it in year one, but it's just kind of the ongoing increase as well.
Thank you, Supervisor, and great questions. I'll do my best to answer them. I don't know if Chief Meston is available to speak on Zoom. If he is, he'd be better to answer the cost.
Great.
Chief?
Thank you for that question. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
I'm trying to divide that into two sets of costs for you. The personnel costs, benefits, wages, hours, working conditions, all that would be an ongoing cost. That's in the $2.5 million range, depending on how stout the staff is and what you're trying to achieve. The upfront cost I would consider in two ways. One is I think you would have a temporary fire station. I think you would buy used fire apparatus. I think you would buy used equipment, and of course you'd have to buy brand new turnout gear, self-contained breathing apparatus. And if you chose to get into the medical component of that, which may make some sense, that would be some costs as well. So I think you could probably fund the overhead, the personnel costs for about $3 million, and you're probably, if you could get a good temporary station location, butler building, mobile home for the firefighters before you did an extensive fire station location, you're probably in the $1.5 million range.
Okay, so about $4 million.
4.5, something placed in there. Again, the upfront costs are what is difficult. You wouldn't be able to buy a new fire apparatus. One, the turnaround time for new fire apparatus is horrendous right now, in the 3-year range. And you don't want to go down that path, but used fire apparatus is available. There's some contractual language in the existing agreement that could give us the opportunity to purchase those from Hollister.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Obviously, I'm very concerned with level of service. I know that that is a concern for many of our residents that are in the unincorporated area. And so I think that needs to stay at the forefront of kind of what we're doing is making sure that we're looking at that level of service. And I know that there are a lot of demands, I think even medical calls and such that are going out to Pinnacles National Park. And so I think that is a concern, especially as we look at kind of a hybrid model, and with CAL FIRE, if they're there in the off, if they're only there during the season, how is that going to impact? And so, but I do want to talk a little bit about the delay on the part of the county. I know that there was some remarks made about that, and I want to just, in full transparency, sitting here as a supervisor, this came on all of a sudden for me as a supervisor. I did not have months of advance notice. So when we go back to January, I didn't know anything about this. This issue has come up as of really more recently. And so if our CAO was aware of it, we as the Board of Supervisors did not know about it. And so, and so interim or Deputy County CAO, I guess, Ring, has been phenomenal in this process. And so she has kept us informed. She's kept us updated on things. And so I want to say that publicly, just because I don't think it's fair that she gets the brunt of, well, this is all screwed up and this is all happening because our CAO isn't here. No, it isn't. The CAO knew. We didn't know. She's handling it, and I think she's doing a really good job. So thank you, Henny, for what you've done. Thank you, Dawn, and to Jeff, and to Bill. I think they've added some valuable expertise and have really helped us through this. This is a hard topic. This is going to affect our entire community. And so, I truly believe that we can work together, we can figure this out. But I think there needs to be willingness from both parties to come to the table and sit down and figure out how do we collectively serve this community the best that we can, with level of service kind of being that priority. So thank you. And right now I appreciate all of the options. I know we're not giving any, but I appreciate you presenting all of the options. And I think we need to do whatever we have to do moving forward to make sure that we're exploring all options, because the deadline is looming. I think, what is it, March 15th or something like that. And so we don't have the $4 million sitting around to just give. And so if that is what it is and the city isn't willing to negotiate, I don't see the county having any other options but to keep our options open and start exploring other things. And with the $4.5 million as looking at our own, that's just one of the options. That is, and the ongoing being $2.5 million, it's much more affordable for us than what we're looking at. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what's been said from Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Sotelo. And I'll say it'd be great if we could really treat this like a partnership and we could work with the city and negotiate. Unfortunately, from my perspective, the way that the city's currently treating this is more closely related to extortion than a partnership. And so I hope that things can change. I hope that we really can work together. I did have a question. So we hear about this kind of large jump all of a sudden, the $4 million ask. And I hear that, I guess what the comments from the city, from what I understand as well, it was a sweetheart deal to begin with. So I don't know if it's you or Jeff, whoever wants to respond to that, but what's the story there? Was that far below what we should have been paying for what we were getting, or not?
I don't know what the economic drivers were 5 years ago or in 2019 when you signed the contract. For calendar year 2025, under the current contract, you'd be paying, I think it's $2.3 million to the city of Hollister. That is comparable to single engine fire stations in rural districts across the state of California. $6 million, and I appreciate Supervisor Sotelo's comments. At the end of the day, this comes down to levels of service. And with that, no one likes hearing this, but it comes down to what you can afford. And you guys know your budgets far better than I do, but $6 million is a lot of money for a small rural jurisdiction to pay for fire service. In El Dorado County, they have 12 or 13 special fire districts. They are all, I think the most expensive one is in the $2.5 to $3 million range for a single engine station. All the others operate one station. That's when I went back to my opening comments. None that I'm aware of, small jurisdictions can afford a level of service that's needed by themselves. There has to be partnership and collaboration to get those economies of scale. So if you could afford it and started paying $6 million, I would tell you you're paying more per capita than any other rural fire district I would be aware of.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. Yeah, I'll just say that I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate letting the public know that we are exploring all options. I think it's important because I know a lot of people are have a lot of questions and are a little nervous, but we are exploring everything we can, and I'm going to keep going down that route, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yeah, the way I see the situation, we're in between a rock and a hard place. Our hands are tied in terms of what our options are. The 7 were listed today, but it comes down to money and funding, and do we have it in our budget? We don't have the amount that the city is requiring of us. When the contract was first entered into, there was an agreement that the city would work with the county and communicate changes, whatever. But I know there's been an increased staffing of fire personnel that the county never had any say or any opportunity to respond to those. So we saw the prices of operating this contract significantly rise on the part of the city, and we apologize for that. But there was no likewise respect in terms of
the communication that we should have as a county been entitled to. So as Supervisor Sotelo said, this did come as a surprise. I'm in my 4th year on the board, and this was never brought to us as supervisors as a potential issue, an ongoing issue. From my understanding, the contract should have went to the end of next year. So to get that 270-day notice out of nowhere was really difficult for us to have to take in and digest. And then compiled with the fact that many insurance companies are leaving the state of California and not offering fire insurance coverage for homeowners, it makes it a double whammy for us having to deal with this. So I appreciate the 7 options that we have up there, but I know 2 of the speakers, Chris, they had mentioned the Amador plan, and I saw you shaking your head. Can you let the public know that that isn't an option? And I know that common sense is we should just team up and work with CAL FIRE, but CAL FIRE is going to be too cost prohibitive to be able to go that route. I would love to, but it's just too cost prohibitive. So can you explain what the Amador plan was, or why that isn't an option any longer?
I'm Chris Mangiano with Office of Emergency Services, and I will not speak on behalf of CAL FIRE, but they did make it clear in previous meetings I've had with them that that plan has been discontinued. I'm not really familiar with the details of it, but they do not offer the Amador plan any longer.
Thank you. So going back to the potential CAL FIRE as being a partner, they would have to be one of many partners that we would need as a county moving forward. And so I just look forward to the city working with us with that 270-day time frame. We're being asked to perform miracles in a very short time frame, and we don't have the budget, we don't have the financing, we don't have the tools to be able to make an informed decision at this moment. So this conversation will be continued. This is just the first of many that we'll be having as a county. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to do a little bit of where I'm coming from based on the meetings I've been in. If you don't know, I know the board members know. Supervisor Kosmicki and I are on the Fire Advisory Committee. We've been meeting regularly, and the conversation has been going, I guess, in this community, because I'm learning a lot about the history of this fire conversation, is we've talked about a special district and forming a special district for decades. And when I came onto the Board of Supervisors in 2023, I attended my first special committee meeting for the Fire Advisory Committee, and they were in the middle of selecting a consultant for a feasibility study. It seemed like we were going out to bid for a feasibility study, and the only information that I was being given is that the city manager and our CAO, our county CAO, were working together on what if negotiations in our contract were needed, but I didn't find out about that until this year. So going back to last year, I was only hearing all about the special district and the feasibility study. Fast forward to this year in the Fire and Advisory Committee, it was brought to our attention at that committee that both cities did not trust where we were going with the grant consultant that was brought on. And I very bluntly said, we've got to start to learn how to trust somewhere. And the question was, well, they've increased their fees. And I don't know what was happening behind the scenes with our CAO and what was happening with this grant. All I know is the county was asked to administer the grant. Chris and her staff were doing a very good job of administering the grant and trying to move it forward with the feasibility study to see if we could form a special district. We got to a standstill at one point this year, which was the trust factor. And the trust factor was, and I'm being totally transparent here, was that the cities did not trust what the county was doing, and so they didn't trust that this consultant and the feasibility study should move forward, so the grant died. And please, if I'm misspeaking, I would love to have either of any of you step up. I made an offer not in my capacity to do, but I said, hey, I know the costs have gone up, but time is valuable. We know our contract ends at the end of 25. Can we move this forward more quickly, knowing it took 18 to 2 years for a special district to be formed? Can I go back to our board and ask if we'll pay for whatever the increase is on the contract for the feasibility study? And the answer was no, from both cities. And I said, okay, so it's really not about money, it's about trust. And how do we bring trust into our community? Somebody has to give. I have been working very closely with both cities to build a relationship of trust. And I am saddened to be in this position where we are canceling a fire contract. It seems like we are unable to negotiate. What the biggest concern we have is, how do we negotiate if we're under the gun of losing service? We have to think of other options. I mean, we would not be good stewards of taxpayer dollars to just roll over and pay. One, we don't have the money, but two, even if we had enough money for 1 year, we don't have long-term funding to be able to fund it. There's lots of conversations about our impact fees, about our CFD, our community facility districts, and our fees that we collect there for safety. There's some money that comes in for safety through Proposition 172. And we sat down with our county auditor, our treasurer, our tax collector, and our assessor, and our finance manager to try and identify where could we find some money. Unfortunately, I'm being really honest. So far, I haven't been able to get anybody to show me where we have a pot of gold that nobody has told us about. And the money that we do have has been stretched so thin for so many years, and we haven't really been as on top of our money as we should be, in my opinion. So I'm speaking as an individual supervisor. We have to have better control of where our special funding is coming in. We need to be tracking it. We need to be tracking our contracts and our committed costs. We need a lot more. And until we solve our problems here, being able to turn over more money on a fire contract that I feel we were going down a path of a special district, and then it got yanked out from under us. Now, guess what? We're going out to RFP again. We have agreed at the advisory committee level to go out for RFP again. The city of San Juan Bautista is doing the RFP for a feasibility study for a special district. We have also at this board, not unanimously, but at this board had agreed that we will look at a JPA and what a JPA could do and how a JPA could be formed. Very similar to what we're talking about at the hospital district. So we have options. Where I'm at right now is, one, we need to protect our residents. That's the bottom line. That's it. I don't care how we get there. I don't care if there's people that need credit for fixing this problem, because I think all of that needs to be set aside, and we need to have an honest conversation about what we need to do to get through this. And if that means that what we're asking for is a reconsideration of the 270-day cancellation so that we can start to look at these options together, I wish this presentation had come last year. I don't understand why we weren't informed, and last year our administration was bringing this forward. Absolutely not your call. You are not the CAO, but I will say I don't understand how these options were not discussed previously and it wasn't brought to the board's attention, because I've received one phone call that, hey, you know, we might be having some trouble with the city of Hollister and our future contract. I made a phone call to the mayor. Mayor said, yeah, it's being handled between the CAO and the city manager. That's all I was ever told. So where I'm trying to get at is we have to look at options now. Do I feel that the city of Hollister taking on everything for the county is the right move? Honestly, I don't. I'm the South County supervisor. South County does not get the support it needs for emergencies. We don't even have cell phones to be able to dial 911 because we don't have cell reception in those areas. We want to talk about how we want to address life safety. We need people to be able to call 911 and say that they were in an accident, not have someone drive by 20, 30 minutes later and they've bled out. You know, the cost is always a factor for rural counties. We are Prop 13 poor county, and we know it. We do not and cannot afford the Cadillac version. It was brought up, you know, CAL FIRE is the Cadillac. They are, and they do a great job. But we have to come up with a way that we can find a hybrid, and the hybrid could be between CAL FIRE, between Hollister Fire, and between the county, and how we could build that together so that we have facilities down there that could be used. We would just have to lease them. We would have to staff them. We'd have to buy the equipment for them. The thing with CAL FIRE is they don't. When you say you contract with CAL FIRE, you're just getting the firefighters. You're not getting the facility, and please tell me, Dawn, if I'm wrong. You don't get the facility, you don't get the equipment, you don't get any of the apparatus, you don't get any of it. Am I wrong?
I'll take my shot at the answer and then have Chief Messon on standby. I believe that could be different in different various locations. I'm working with one other jurisdiction now with CAL FIRE, and the jurisdiction owns the equipment, which is exactly what you're describing. I don't know if that's universal across the entire state.
I think you can lease it. You don't have to buy it,
Yep.
but you
Right.
you don't necessarily just get to use it.
Right.
You're having to pay for all of that service.
Chief Messon, are we wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong on that. There's many ways that CAL FIRE does business along that line, but what we haven't stated is when CAL FIRE provides you level of fire protection, you get what they give you. That means dispatch services. That means automatic aid. When they control that, they control the entire fire protection system. So you don't really have much of a say on that. It was mentioned earlier, but I'll reiterate this, that CAL FIRE now works a 72-hour work week. The governor has kept it in his budget and made the promise to get them to 66 and then ultimately 56. To go from 72 to 66, they're going to hire 2,400 more firefighters. Then do the math, you'll see that going from 66 to 56 is actually more, and there'll be more individuals coming on. So it is an expensive system, and you have very little control as a contractee.
Okay, thank you. And so where I'm going and where I'd like our team to go is looking at the options that are combination options. That's really where I think the focus should be. There's no way that even though small jurisdictions like ours in the unincorporated area typically have one fire station, is my understanding, we're a very large geographically. We may not be populated, but we're very large geographically. I think collaboration is really what needs to happen. The only way we're going to be able to have collaboration is through trust, and we've got to start learning how to trust each other. I mean, that's the bottom line. And I did some rough math. If we're going from 2.2 to 4 to plus 3.8, that's 6 million, which making sure everybody's following the numbers, with an 11% escalator, which is $660,000 added each year for something that we don't even have enough to pay for this year. So we've got to look at this differently. And I'm sorry, we may not be able to afford the Cadillac version. You know, I think in South County, we'd be happy if we had, you know, maybe a well-used, you know, Chevy or Ford, because I know I've got some Chevy people and I've got some Ford people, but we need to, you know, a used pickup is probably what we need. And I don't mean to be on this big speech of this, but it feels like we're just dancing around the topic and pushing it back and forth. We have to come back to the table. We have to talk. And Hollister has to be part of that. So if you would like to come up, you can speak, please. The city manager is asking to speak again, and I will grant that.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. It's a courtesy we extend as well, so I appreciate the partnership there. A couple things I wanted to just touch on that I've heard on Prop 172 that you mentioned. Just a little clarity on that for the gentleman that spoke about, you know, county purchases being made within city limits. And your consultant can tell you probably more about Prop 172, but that's a half-cent sales tax on all purchases throughout the county. And then the county receives 95% of that. The city receives 5%. San Juan does not really receive anything from that. And so those are purchases made by county residents that come into the city, regardless of where those purchases are made, that comes into the city budget. And that was done as post-ERAF as a way to help counties recoup some of the money that was lost there. As far as the dollar amounts that we're talking about, the methodology, and I discussed working with both San Juan and the county, the idea that we looked at a couple different ways. We looked at the 2022-23 budget year and looked at the call volume that came through and looked at a time differential or number of calls. And so, and I take that back, the data that we looked at was calendar year 23. We did then apply it to the 23-24 budget. So what the idea behind that was call volume is one thing, and then time to a call is different, right? Not all calls are created equal. A medical call that's coming from the firehouse on, right down the street from here to here may take them 2 minutes to get here. If they're driving out to the San Juan Canyon, that may take longer from the San Juan fire station. If they're leaving from here and have to go up to North County, they'll be coming out of the airport. Those calls take longer. Time is money. Time is gasoline. Time is, impacts on the equipment. The equipment is expensive to drive. And so what we did is we looked at kind of prorating across on a cost share from a partnership standpoint, and then looked at that dollar amount, actually brought it down some, and then that's looking at the 23-24 budget year. Our 24-25 budget year, as Chief mentioned, is more than that. And that was the idea of trying to get to a place where we look at the 270, we bring something together. We are partners. So, we have budgets as well, right? We have our own budget challenges. We have our own staff. So we have to think about that as well when we look at that, right? And so the idea is that we could look to help bring in your partner, work with your partner, and then through this process that we're working on, have an independent, whoever's selected through this RFP, which is currently out right now, come back and say, this is how you should split costs if you're going to continue to partner on this. Because we want to have an independent, I think all sides could point and say, well, if you look at it this way or you look at it that way, right? Take that off the table. And that was what was agreed to. That was what was put in the RFP. The Fire Advisory Committee had ample time to go over it, put that out. It's out on the street right now. So that's that piece of where that number comes from. So I know that is a large number. It feels like a large number. It wasn't pulled out of thin air. We mentioned there was a discussion about the equipment that the county would have the opportunity to purchase. There's 3 pieces of equipment at fair market value. To point out, those items were purchased with city general fund out of this, basically from the revenue of this contract since it's been signed. So when you look at the dollar amounts for like the 19 and the 20 contract year, take that and take out all that equipment that was purchased. That just comes off the top. So that was part of it and it was in the contract that we were required to purchase that. There's a fair market value provision in there that if we went that route, would have to work and figure out what that fair market value is. I appreciate the mention of the transparency and us working together and the study. I did touch in my notes on the study where we did talk about the whole Aromas Tri-County piece that came through on that study part. I think if we're if I'm being transparent, where we had some concern is when that study came back as a different study, the study joined in the Aromas Tri-County Fire District. And so that was the point that I had made at the Fire Advisory Committee. It came back as a different study. So so I think that we've moved forward. I mean, everybody's had a chance to put their input in and put that study out for review. Lastly, I guess I would close with, if you want to negotiate, please don't cancel the meetings. We had meetings scheduled, and I had our attorney online, ready to go, scheduled. That's cost that I have to bear. And our meetings were just simply canceled with a little outlet cancellation right before, and as well as yesterday. So to say that the city is not prepared to negotiate I would challenge that, and I would ask that if you want to negotiate, come to the meetings that we agreed and scheduled. And that would be a great way to keep those conversations going. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. In light of time, and unless there's other comments from board members that you'd like to
Madam
see.
Chair, I just want to make sure we plug the town hall if we haven't done that yet. And,
Oh, no, we have not plugged the town hall.
and what the plans are. We have an upcoming town hall on these matters, and if we could just get that out there as part of this.
We do. We have a date set for November 7th. I believe it's at Veterans Hall. Yeah, Veterans Hall. I think we set 6:30. Yeah, 6:30 is the time. We'll be publishing that through PIO, so she'll be able to send that out notification-wise.
And the purpose of the town hall is to look at what the options are and how we can kind of get a consensus on what's the best direction for us to be going. Feel free, Don, add to it.
Yeah, I think from my objective, the purpose would be to share these options and answer questions from the public in more detail and have more dialogue about it. And it's simply education and awareness is the primary objective at this point would be my suggestion.
Correct. Okay, that's the plan.
So if there's there was no action item on this, my comment is going to be, and I'm very supportive, and I've brought it up before, that it has to be a combination between either with CAL FIRE, the city, and the county, the cities, make sure that we say cities, and the county, and that we have offered to look into a JPA and what that could look like, if that's something that is still from your options. But there's no real direction or action here. But I want to thank, I want to thank our firefighters, and the city. I don't want you to think that we are not willing to negotiate. We absolutely are. We're trying to start an open dialogue that is where the public's aware of what's going on, because I think the public needs to know that we are working on these things. With our firefighters, I saw the flames from my house, and I live in South County. Those were some big flames that were going on during that Four Corners fire. So just thank you so much for your service, and know that we value each and every one of you, and we want to have a good outcome from all of this. So thank you for your attendance and your comments. With that, we're going to move on to item, do we have time for 2.2? Do we have people waiting in a closed session?
I will have from council back. I don't know if he has anybody pending.
Why don't we take a 5-minute break? 5-minute break, and then we'll determine if we're coming back. Okay, thank you, guys. CAO back here. We're gonna continue with regular agenda on item 2.2 because we don't have anybody waiting in closed session. Okay, so we're going to, this is the first reading of the lobbying ordinance. And I'm assuming it's a co-presentation, County Council, and, okay. I'm gonna say, let's just get started and.
Thank you, Francisca. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Supervisors, and the general public and county staff. I'm Rebecca Mojica, Deputy County Counsel, here with Francisco Diaz, the County Clerk Recorder. And we are just going to go over some of the changes since we last brought the lobbying ordinance in for discussion and bring it for initial introduction. So the same section breakdown as before, where the purpose and definitions are covered, registration and disclosure requirements, exemptions, prohibitions, penalties, and enforcement. Going through each of those briefly just to discuss what's changed in each of them. So in the first portion, for the purpose and definitions, there are updates to in-house lobbyists, so it no longer requires the hour requirement, and then there were some minor clerical updates of the reference of the section number. In the registration and disclosure requirements, we removed the registration fee, clarified the late fee by adding that $10 amount there. Updates to the disclosure reports for the contract and land use lobbyists. So for contract, removing the client contact and business information, but keeping the legislative or administrative action portion that they report on, and changing the pay to just, instead of having that sectioned off sliding scale, just the two options of 0 to 100,000 and $100,000 or more. For land use, it changed for the notice requirement at the chair's advisement. We went ahead and consulted with the planning department as far as reporting and to make sure that it's feasible to be implemented for any penalties that are outlined. So we broadened that time frame to 21 to 2 days before, so that way they have a chance to be on notice if their agenda, if their project or major project is going to be going before the planning commission or the board. It also removed the cease work punishment just because it would be, it's again for the feasibility of the enforcement. Moving forward, we also removed the pay from the notice for employment of county officers or employees, so it doesn't require that information to also be disclosed because it's going on that list. And then the retention of documents was changed from shall to are requested to be retained for 5 years. That's more for their coverage if it were to be disputed that they have their documents, so instead of mandating it, just recommending it. Moving on to the exemptions, updates to section N, just to cover professional services that require a license a little bit clearer. That way that exemption is thoroughly covered, and then no updates to the prohibition section. As for the penalty amounts, they were updated at your guys' recommendation to 250, 1,000, 2,000, and then steps 2 and 3 are within 2 years rather than 1 year, and penalties are posted for 4 years, which was previously 2 years. Then there was also the clarification that 3 unintentional violations within 2 years or 1 intentional violation shall result in a prohibition for 2 years. Moving on lastly to the enforcement, it updated section D just so that the clerk recorder's responsibilities and roles that go with the implementation are clearly outlined, which is consistent with the other sections of programs he runs. And then the last minor update, which importantly is the effective date, changing to February 3rd. And I know that sounds a little ways out, but for Francisco, would you like to speak to?
So the reason I'm recommending a February 3rd starting date is 2 parts. One, we do have an election, so I have to complete this process. But we also got to make sure this process is well vetted before. So we're multiple layers. We have to have the applications in process. County council has to vet those. We have to create the dedicated website page. I got to train my staff. Got to make sure I have all the ducks in a row. And then beginning of the year, I also need to do an additional step, which is to inform any individual in the community that's going to qualify under this program to either come to one of our training seminars or application seminars so that they also know how the process is going to work. I imagine through this process, there's going to be potential some updates or issues or technical edits that need to be done. Beginning on February, all this process should be vetted out and completed, and the process will be in place. From my current conversations of those that have sought me out, I believe there's only going to be, at this point in time, 2 identified individuals that are going to want to apply for this. However, that number could increase as we move forward, and also as other members of the community and yourself as supervisors report to me who should potentially be filing this.
And those are the updates we have. Thank you for your time, and then we pass it to public comment.
Okay, so let's open it up to public comment. Thank you so much.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raised hand icon. And I have no public comment.
Okay, hearing no public comment, any comments from board members?
Madam Chair? Yeah, just
Supervisor
real quick, yeah,
Hudson.
good work, appreciate working with us. And I just wanna make sure that we continue monitoring, like Francisco alluded to, just to see what potential revisions we might need down the line. We sort of briefly alluded last time to the concept of having a paid consultant who just doesn't happen to have the title of lobbyist and maybe isn't licensed as a lobbyist, but is doing, maybe as an example, financial consulting, but is spending a whole lot of their time lobbying on behalf of an agency. Can you address that, please?
Yes, so the change to the in-house lobbyist is that it doesn't have an hour requirement. It's not like, oh, you're doing 10 hours. If you're doing any lobbying under that and you have someone, whether they're in-house or out-house, the in-house or contracted would still require the company to register.
Company or public jurisdiction?
Exactly.
Okay, that's great. And then I think we do have to be cognizant of some of the potential loopholes and the exemptions in particular. And just, I would like to see maybe down the line, if, looking at nonprofits, for instance, and whether paid compensated officers of nonprofits, because there is a lot of lobbying through nonprofit organizations in town when it comes to various matters. That's just something to put out there. It's not something that's a make or break. You can't win them all. I think it's a solid start, but I do think we have to look at that at some point. Thank you.
Who would like to go next? Anybody?
Yeah,
Supervisor Zanger.
Quick question, just so I understand, just to be clear, what Supervisor Kosmicki just asked about someone that's not a lobbyist but they're a consultant, they still need to register.
Yes.
Oh,
Well, it. Can you clarify your question, please?
yeah. So there's an organization that hires a financial consultant. He's not a lobbyist, he's a financial consultant, but he spends a lot of his time or some time trying to influence public policymakers. Does he still need to register? Yeah.
At that point, yes. So once
Okay.
you start advocating to an elected official that in an area that you're trying to influence them on is what they would be lobbying for that cause, and so they would be required to register. And if not them individually, then the organization that they're under, if it's an in-house lobbyist in that sense.
Okay, thank you. That's all. I appreciate it.
And just to add, I think we wanted to differentiate between a matter expert that's providing context to a conversation, but once you move away, like county council, if they were to move away from them and try to influence a particular, then that's where you differentiate between, are you providing expertise or are you influencing for something?
Or are you a voter talking to your supervisor?
Right.
You're not a lobbyist, you're just talking to your supervisor. Supervisor Sotelo.
So that would, I'm assuming like attorneys would fall under that as well,
Yes,
right?
that professional service one already had attorneys in it. We just clarified it that it's licensed professionals for under their scope of their license.
But does this do anything to people that are lobbying, let's say, the community about something? Does this do anything for that? No, it doesn't, right? This is only going to apply to if you're trying to lobby an elected official, just because I think there's a lot of lobbying of our community and kind of like misinformation out there, but this would do nothing to combat that, or knowing who's behind different things. Unless they're coming and talking to an elected, this does nothing for that, right?
Right. To come into
So, I mean, I don't know. I get why we're doing this, but I don't think this is gonna solve very many problems, but, okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Supervisor Gonzalez? I don't have any other questions except for the February date. Do you really think that that's doable with your staff and schedule? I mean, isn't there an April deadline for filings of some sort? I just want to make sure that you're not pushing this faster than you guys can do it.
It is manageable date. We
Okay.
put it forward because I know there's some emphasis from the Board of Supervisors overall to try and get this going and have it updated on the website. We're ultimately going to be using the month of December to work on a lot of these things. And then January is going to be the month where we implement this and see what doesn't work, and we'll have it active by February. Now, under this authority, there is a little bit of discretion that we're going to do technical edits on my behalf, not policy, but technical edits. So the website, the application, the system, they might go through a couple steps of evolution through the first January and February until it's fully fixed.
And then what was the, in light of the last item that we just had and what we're facing, what was the sticker price on this? I know we can't save everything, but you're going to be coming to us for a budget adjustment, I'm assuming.
So not for this for this one. Now at this time, it's all on labor. So at this point, I've spent, at least in my office, up to $10,000 so far, just doing the analysis. That this doesn't account for county council, because this wasn't budgeted. We're not going to have a special dedicated software, because that's an additional cost. We're just going to do a PDFs and update it to the website. But there is going to be an additional labor cost that can be up to $5,000 to $7,000 just to getting the website, the pages, county council conversations. And thereafterwards, it depends. If we're to expand this program and have a dedicated software, that would come with the sticker price, but that will be for budget cycle 24, 25.
But that could all be in a review, like a 6-month review, where we determine how many people are we really talking about. Because I think that's one of the big questions, is we don't even know how many people are we really talking about.
Correct. At this point, from those that have communicated with me, it's 2 individuals they're most likely going to file. And that also depends if one of them continues to engage in those services. If they don't, we probably have one person confirmed, and thereafter is whoever else comes forward.
Yeah, and if it's only for one person, not, I know I'm the one that brought this forward, but understanding that we might be going into a budget year that's kind of critical, and every dollar is going to matter. I just want to be mindful of that. And this is a first reading. Is that correct? Is that how this works? I want to make sure. This is the first reading, and then there's a second reading?
Yes, so this is the introduction and the first reading, and then it'll come back. We had requested for the next meeting on the 12th for acceptance.
Okay. So is there action that you need to have today? I'm sorry, I had it up and I moved it. I started looking at other stuff here.
You guys, to accept the first reading.
Accept the first reading. Are there any other comments? Questions? Okay, can I get a motion?
Motion to accept the first reading.
Second?
Second.
Okay, second is to Supervisor Kozmicki. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No, so that's 5-0. Okay, great. We are going to go into closed session now. Can we open it up for public comment for item 3.1 and 3.3?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Please press *9 or the raised hand icon.
Is your mic on? I want to make sure it's on.
Thank you. And wow, it's going to be a great day. It's almost over for you guys, except for closed session, which brings me to 3.1. Not exactly sure who's bringing this lawsuit, but this project has just gone on and on and on with the opposing parties that have been actually the NIMBYs or pork, whatever they call themselves nowadays. And it's just costing so much money, and now it's going to cost money to San Benito County. This was just a lot alignment. This was going from reducing ag acreage into adding it to more commercial. And I just find it odd that well, I guess I shouldn't, it's still the same people that are causing all this, litigation without cause. And I mean, this is a great project, and I hope that it can all be solved without spending too much money on San Benito's and the county council's time. This is going to be, this will eventually be the Casa de Fruta in San Benito County, where we're going to get the tax dollars. Hopefully, we're going to have a hotel, a gas station, a restaurant there. So I know that it's only, putting it into a tolling agreement, but I'm hoping that something can happen where things get negotiated and it can just get dropped and we can continue on with this project, and that specifically with the funds that continue to be spent on San Benito County's dime is really ridiculous. And I'm hoping that you all can, during the negotiations while in tolling, that this is going to be taken care of. And I don't know if it's going to be just county council that's going to be on it, or if you're going to actually have, the interim CAO and maybe some of you supervisors discussing this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any other?
I have no other public comment.
Okay, with that, we're gonna go into closed session. We should be about what time is it now? 1:30? That sound about right?
I hope so.
Okay, we're shooting for 1:30. And if we're much longer than that, we'll let you know. Thank you. session. Just making sure all the cameras are working right, and we're back on Zoom land. And we completed, sorry. 3.1, and is there any reportable actions on 3.1?
No reportable action.
And then 3.2, do we have, because there were 3 items on that one, is there any reportable actions on 3.2?
One action was already reported out as non-reportable action previously. The other, initiation of litigation, information was given to the board, but there was no reportable action taken. On the other one, dealing with the property located at 5890 San Felipe, the site of a nuisance fire, the board listened to information, took information, and directed staff as follows. Staff is directed to take all code enforcement, litigation, criminal action necessary to abate the nuisance and resolve the issues on that property.
And we authorized funding?
Authorize the funding on that basis.
Yes. I thought I turned it on, sorry. Yes, the board did give authority to authorize funding to transfer money from contingency to pay the services that have been rendered so far, so.
With the goal of
In the amount of,
recouping.
in the amount of $1 million to transfer from contingencies.
With the goal of recouping from
With the goal of recuperating all costs and recoveries, services that have been done.
Okay, okay. And we also directed
We are also
press
directing
release.
PIO to do, hold on, let me read my notes here. We also directed PIO to do some messaging regarding this matter.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so that brings us back to consent. We did not report out on 3.3 as we will be going back into closed session after we finish consent. So we have item 1.5 that was pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez. Is that the very first one? I think it is. Yeah.
Actually, that was Supervisor Cosmic.
Oh, sorry about that, Supervisor Cosmic. I will correct my notes.
Who's the, is there a staff member on this one? Or no? Oh. Hi, Barbara, thank you for being here. Once again, gravitating toward the terms included in the bylaws. Would the terms, I read 2-year terms for this committee, would those apply to everyone on the committee, including county supervisors who are on the committee?
Double check. It does say a 2-year term, and it doesn't clarify for a Board of Supervisor member that, it doesn't clarify about a Board of Supervisors member who may be leaving as a Board of Supervisor. Would you like clarification?
No, I mean, it's kind of the same trend that I brought before, and if I could have, I know David Prentice's office has looked at this in the past, that the notion of having terms on committee assignments that are from year to year. These are appointments from the Board of Supervisors. Can you comment at all to what weight having terms holds, if any, for these committee assignments, and whether you can bind a future board to this sort of thing?
Yeah, there's no issue with the fact that there are terms, but they don't bind a board from year to year. So, for instance, if there's a new board next year, the new board can take a look at this and do an amendment of the bylaws.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I'll just reiterate the same concern issue I've had in the past, is I don't, agree with this concept. This is now the 4th committee right before the end of the year, right before the changeover in the board. I don't have a problem with terms for the volunteer people, the other agencies and whatnot, but the supervisors, I think it's appropriate. And so now COG, Fire Protection, Economic Advisory, and now Public Defender. And there's obviously a trend there, and I'll be voting against this. Thanks.
Okay, can I get any other comments from any board members? Supervisor Sotelo?
Oh, I'll just say, I'm sitting on the Public Defender Oversight Committee. I think the goal is really, with the terms, it's just to hopefully be able to provide the best service that we can to all of these committees that we're sitting on and serving on. And so it is not about trying to circumvent something or anything like that. It's really about truly trying to provide the best service that we can to this community. And there is definitely a learning curve on any of the committees that you are seated on. And so, I think it's a good idea for us to have these term limits. I think it really provides the best, it's us really putting our best foot forward and really representing the community. There's a lot of work that goes into this, and especially with this committee, we're trying to do the best that we can with this oversight of our current public defender, but then the other task and goal with this committee is figuring out a way for us to bring this in-house. And when you have constant turnover of supervisors that are sitting on a committee, potentially, it's not helpful to the committee. It's not helpful to the community. And so this is a way that, I feel like we have tried to be considerate. It's not a full term that a supervisor would be sitting there, but it is enough time that you can really start to get some work done. You build trust and all of those things. So I think this is really, really necessary, the term limits on this. So thank you.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Sitting on that board, I would agree with Supervisor Sotelo, is that there was no ill will or any maliciousness intent behind this. It was really about continuity and for the sake of those individuals who have committed to a cause as significant as this, is if there was some longevity going on with membership, and so it wasn't anything harmful or foul. It was just more for the good of the community in general. Thank you.
Supervisor Zanger?
Yeah, I had similar concerns to Supervisor Kosmicki, and I understand the continuity argument, but I also think it's the prerogative of the board at the time, whatever board it is, to assign members to different committees. Also, yeah, it is, I guess, I'll say it raises eyebrows for me that it's four in a row all at the end, and that wasn't the way it was in the past. So it just seems, it's an odd coincidence, I'll say. That's all.
Supervisor Sotelo?
So all I'll say is that we can continue doing the same thing over and over and over again. It does not mean that is the best way. And so I think this has been an opportunity. This has nothing to do with, it's coming up on the end of the year, or, we've got new people on the board. That has nothing to do with any of this. For me, this was looking at, and it has been on several of the committees that I sit on, Economic Advisory, Public Defense. For me, I'm not going to continue doing the same thing just because it's the way we've always done it. I always want to try to do what is going to be best for this community and moving forward. And whether that's me sitting on the committee or anybody else that is up here, I absolutely respect that. I just want to make sure that we're doing the best thing. And so for me, just because we've always done something isn't reason enough to keep things. And I think we have an opportunity to do something better, and let's do it. And so I think that this is providing better service to the community by having some of us sit on these committees for longer than a 1 year at the will of whatever the chair wants you to sit on. So, it may seem like, it's coincidence, but it is absolutely not. It's about providing the best that we can. And after sitting here now for a little over a year and a half, it's clear to me that we could do better and do more if we were sitting on some of these committees for longer than 1 year.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor.
One final thought for me. So this is about continuity, basically, is generally what you're saying. Then why was I removed from COG when you came on as board chair?
Well, I will say that you can learn, right? Was that the best thing that I did? Maybe not. And I'm willing to admit that when I'm wrong, that we have an opportunity to do things right. And so I'm sorry that that happened to you, and maybe it wasn't the best. I thought I was doing the best. I thought I was doing the best for this community by taking you off of it and putting myself there. Now, after sitting here for a year and a half, I could see where you feel slighted, and maybe that wasn't the best move on my part. But I will definitely do, you know, in these, it is not about trying to make sure that other people don't have control. It is absolutely not about that. It is about, I've realized now, I made a mistake before, and that it is important for this community to have the continuity, and so that really is what it is about. And I apologize to you for doing that to you previously.
Supervisor, and I'll just reiterate that I firmly believe if somebody's doing a good job on committees, they should be reinstated on that committee. And to me, this is just about precedent. That's most of my issue.
Okay, any other comments? With that, I have a couple questions. So I agree on these committees. The number one problem is by the time you get your head wrapped around what the committee really needs to be doing, your year's up. And the bylaws, I think we have some serious cleanup on some of our committees that need to be done. I am hopeful that the next chair really is open-minded to that and starts the documentation of how the committees were formed, what was the purpose of the committees, and what are we expecting to get out of them, and utilizing the committees for what we need to help the board make better decisions. So my other question, my main question here is, it doesn't state that I could find anywhere in here, when does this appointment of the 2 members take effect?
We were gonna, it was contemplated that we would start the posting for the vacancies and then bring that back to the board as soon as we get some applications. It has to be.
But I'm talking about board members. So if we adopt these bylaws, right now we have a supervisor going out, so there'll be a vacancy. And there's nothing in these bylaws that says the people that are on this committee right now stay on this committee. It's just that it is a 2-year term.
Is it okay, Barbara, if I answer? So I think that it really would be probably, we've kind of gotten it started. Yes, Supervisor Gonzalez will be leaving. I would love to stay on this committee, but ultimately we're brand new. And so if this board decides, I think it really would be the 2 years from the start of this kind of new year. Because you're not going to take away a committee assignment mid-year, so it's got to be a full year. So essentially, I would assume it's kind of January.
Okay, so that, if I'm hearing you correctly, that means that the next chair will be appointing 2 new members. Okay, so if that, or 2 members, the next chair gets the appointment of the 2-member 2-term. I just want to make sure that that's clear.
I think that's fine for the Board of Supervisor members, if that's the will of the board, but I don't know whether the committee would like us to move forward with the appointments of the remaining members.
Yeah, that has nothing to do, we're talking just the Board of Supervisors right now, committee members. The other committee members are going to be wherever they kind of come in.
And the only other suggestion I may have is that we look at, if there is a 2-year term, that we look at potentially how can we keep the terms rotating. Because if we're trying to address continuity, which is one of our biggest challenges, if you have 2 people that are on the same term, that means you might actually get 2 brand new people at the same time. So if we did 1 this year and 1 the next year, that would give that rotation, that would give the continuity where board members can share from their experiences from the past year. That's just an idea. Any
and I'm
comment?
sure this reiterates why I think it's a good practice to have open conversations about committee assignments, and so that these issues can be discussed. There might be 1 or 2 issues, and then we might want to have 1 person stay on, that sort of thing. So.
And I completely agree with that. And I'm also of the open-mindedness. We need to be really looking at the process of our committees. I mean, I think that there's some things with our committees that we're not taking advantage of. We've already brought up the ad hoc problem, but I am fine with this, with the understanding that at least 1, if not both, will be appointed in January. I mean, it's totally up to the new chair.
I like the suggestion to have alternate positions staggered for the board appointments. Yeah. So we can talk about that when we go back at our next meeting.
Can the motion then for the bylaws be approved, the bylaws with the specification that of the 2 board members, 1 shall be appointed for, they should be appointed so they, you have an option. One shall be appointed for a 1-year term, one shall be appointed for a 2-year term, or you could appoint for a 2-year term and a 3-year term. It's up to you.
But if I may, I think in concept that's fine, but that's why you hash it out at the board level, because the terms don't actually hold any legal binding weight anyway.
Well, they do until they're overridden or amended by a new board. So the new board, so we could approve.
No, from year to year, there's appointments and I thought.
No, my understanding is bylaws are good until the board takes action to change the bylaws. Council?
Yeah, the bylaws would need to come back to us.
Bylaws would have to come back to us to amend.
Yes.
So we're talking about bylaws in general. If these bylaws are adopted the way they are right now, it does not specify who's doing the appointment of the 2-year term. If we're saying that this would take effect as of January 1, the assumption is the new chair would be doing the 2-year appointment. And if that changed, it would have to bring the bylaws back to this board, and this board would have to change the bylaws. Not this board, whatever the people are that are elected to this body. Is that correct?
The
Need
new
to
board
get
could
that
change the
fixed.
bylaws, I think is what they
The new
want.
board makes the rules, so.
They make the rules, but they bring it back as an item with the bylaws and amend the bylaws to change the rules. Okay. So for this item, my recommendation would be that we have an outgoing supervisor and that they should rotate. And that the appointment of the new position would be by the new chair next year. Unless the bylaws change, then it would rotate, 1 year if you are staying for the remainder of next year, and then the rotation. But I really don't care. So if we want to approve it as is and say it's effective January 1 and the new board gets to decide on who's being appointed, the new chair gets to decide on who's being appointed, and if it's rotating, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I agree. I'm the same. I just want the continuity moving forward. I don't care who's sitting on there. I just want the continuity. I want us to do the best that we can in representing this community and these issues on working on and make sure that we're making progress. So if it's me, great. If it's not, that's okay too. I just want us moving forward on these issues.
So as chair, I normally don't make motions, but I would make a motion to approve them effective January 1 with the new chair of the Board of Supervisors appointing the positions of the Board of Supervisors.
May I ask to make with the chair, whether that applies, then we wouldn't be, then
Can I get a second before we talk? Okay, I have a second.
The board wouldn't be able to appoint any memberships to the Public Defender Committee, any of the other members until after January, because.
No, because we have an existing committee.
Can we just leave it as is with the understanding that we all know that make the appointments next year, whatever. But I don't want to hold up the progress of this committee, because I think there is intent for us to start appointing people to the committee. Like there's actual, you know what I mean? There are citizens that we want to appoint and that'll do 2-year terms.
So then
we can do that.
So then
that'd be fine.
what I would say is that the 2-year term will start effective January 1 of 2025. The existing committee members will serve out this year, and we would adopt the bylaws as written. And next year, if the board wants to amend them, they can amend them.
And staff can bring forth, advertise for new committee members and bring
Yep,
forth.
because you have a current appointment. We're adopting.
Right, but the only committee members right now are officially 2 board members.
Right.
There's no other
And they
members.
stay there while you guys move forward with whatever your process is.
But the staff could bring forward other names from the public to be considered by the board.
Yep. Don't stop the process. So basically, the bottom line is approve them as is, with knowing next year that the 2 positions for Board of Supervisors will be appointed by the new chair. I have no problem with that. You want to do the second again? Okay, I got my second again. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay. 3, 2. Okay, 1.7. So this was pulled by Supervisor Kosmicki and Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. So, Chris, is this yours? This is the proclamation of the emergency due to the fire?
Do you want to go first? Do you want me to go? Okay, Madam Chair, I'm okay. I think what was reported out of closed session, the fact that we're moving ahead with public information and being transparent, and that we're attempting to recoup the costs. I've basically had my questions answered. Thank you.
Okay, great.
As do I. I just wanted to make sure that the public was aware that we are making, taking measures to make sure that this is not an issue that doesn't go unaddressed. And so I'm okay with that. So
Great. Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve?
move to approve per staff recommendation.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0. Okay, now on to 1.8, which was pulled by Supervisor Gonzalez.
Yes. So my concern with this item was that, we're looking at $500,000, $548,546, for a contract service. And given that we've been talking all day about the scarce resource of funds that the county has, wouldn't it be better to invest in hiring employees as opposed to giving the money to a consultant, to contract? And since there is an amendment from the previous, contractor, what happened to them? Why did they go away, and why are we picking somebody else new?
So the new contract is actually in lieu of another amendment. So it's not a new contractor, it's gonna be the same contractor. But instead of doing another fourth amendment, I chose to create a new contract for the remaining timeframe, so that it cleans up all the areas that we are adding or removing or just making adjustments to it. So it's clearer, it's more specific for both the contractor and for the county staff to be able to follow along. And then to respond to your questions in regards to the amount, so in August of 2024, we were able to fill a work crew supervisor position specifically created for CSAs and CFDs. So with this new staff, we are actually using the contract as a backup, so that in case the staff is not able to address any smaller issues, we still do have the contractor to help us out with the large detention ponds, the large storm drain easements. However, I am working slowly on transitioning a lot of the work in-house. And so just to provide an example, what we're doing is we are actually assessing a lot of the areas that are under contract before we confirm with the contractor to go out and address these areas. We are letting them know which ones to not do. So the contract in itself is more of a backup, and we're not getting charged just because it's under contract. We will get charged if we have the contractor go out and service the areas for us.
Okay, since you have experience with, the past contract and the contractor, I guess I have to defer to your expertise. I was just looking at in terms of a cost-benefit analysis, as if it would be best to hire employees, but I'm assuming, and it's safe to assume that you guys looked at that as being not an option to hire employees and continue with this contract instead?
So that is something that Steve and I are going to be working on. So we are slowly going to start looking at the equipment and supplies that we would need to try to transition it in-house. For the time being, we will continue with the contract, but Steve can answer a little bit more in detail on that.
Thank you, Steve.
Yeah, to answer your question, Supervisor, we have not assessed hiring more staff and more equipment and doing those capital expenditures, but we will. We did that with the custodian department, which is a much smaller department and staff, and that's working out okay. But landscaping for all of our CSAs and equipment and the salaries, that's a bigger task, but we'll look at it. And as Linda said, we're actually starting to assess what our work crew supervisor can do and equipment that we purchased for him versus what the contractor needs to do above and beyond, but we're starting to look at that.
Thank you.
I would like to chime in here for just a sec, if there's no other comments on this one. Okay. I totally understand you have to look at it, but understanding that the CSAs are funded through a Prop 218 and that those property owners are paying for those services, we have to be mindful of the cost, because we're having a hard enough time getting those elections done to be able to increase the cost, to be able to fund those. So if we started using permanent employees with benefits and that cost raises what the CSAs are paying, I can tell you right now, they're not going to adopt that. So it needs to be the most frugal and cost effective for those property owners. And I thank you for looking at it, but at the same time, I can tell you government does not do anything cheaper than the private sector, even paying prevailing wage. So that's my 2 cents. Is there a motion or any other comments?
I'll go ahead and move to approve for staff recommendation then on this item.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's 5-0. Okay, sorry, I am really blind without my glasses. That was it for consent. Is that correct? Did we get everybody? I didn't miss anybody? Okay, with that, we don't have anything on future agenda items. We already opened it up to public comment on closed session. We're going to go into closed session for item number 3.3, and then we will come back and report out, and that will be the end of the meeting. Okay? Thank you.
Recording stop.
Back from closed session again, waiting for the camera. Welcome. Item 3.3, County Council, do we have anything to report out?
Yes, Madam Chair, the board continued or is continuing the evaluation of the CAO to the 29th at 9 a.m. That's it.
That's it? Okay, can I get a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Second was Cosmicki.